The First Voyage Round the World, written by Antonio Pigafetta, patrician of Vicenza and Knight of Rhodes, to the very illustrious and very excellent Lord Philippe de Villiers-les-Leden, the famous Grand Master of Rhodes, his most respected lord. Narrated by Ginger Walton. Chapter 1. Since there are several curious persons, very illustrious and reverend lord, who not only are pleased to listen to and learn the great and wonderful things which God has permitted me to see and suffer in the long and perilous navigation which I have performed and which is written hereafter, but also they desire to learn the methods and fashions of the road which I have taken in order to go thither, and who do not grant firm belief to the end unless they are first well advised and assured of the commencement. Therefore, my lord, it will please you to hear that finding myself in Spain in the year of the Nativity of our Lord 1519, at the court of the most serene King of the Romans, Charles V, who was elected Emperor on the 28th of June, 1519, with the Reverend Lord Monsieur Francis Chirigato, then Apostolic Pronotary and Ambassador of the Pope Leon X, who, through his virtue, afterwards arrived at the bishopric of Abruzzo and the principality of Teramo, and knowing both by the reading of many books and by the report of many lettered and well-informed persons who conversed with the said pronotary, the very great and awful things of the ocean, I deliberated, with the favor of the emperor and the above-named lord, to experiment and go and see with my eyes a part of those things, by which means I could satisfy the desire of the said lords and mine own also, so that it might be said that I had performed the said voyage, and seen well with my eyes the things hereafter written. Now, in order to decipher the commencement of my voyage, very illustrious lord, having heard that there was in the city of Seville a small armada to the number of 5 ships, ready to perform this long voyage, that is to say, to find the islands of Molucco, from whence the spices come, of which armada the Captain General was Ferdinand Magellan, a Portuguese gentleman, commander of St. James of the Sword, who had performed several voyages in the ocean sea, in which he had behaved very honorably as a good man. I set out with many others in my favor from Barcelona, where at the time the emperor was, and came by sea as far as Malaga, and thence I went away by land until I arrived at the said city of Seville. There I remained for the space of 3 months, waiting till the said armada was in order and readiness to perform its voyage. And because, very illustrious lord, that on the return from the said voyage, on going to Rome towards the holiness of our holy father, Clement VII of Medici, I found your lordship at Monterosa, where of your favor you gave me a good reception, and afterwards gave me to understand that you desired to have in writing the things which God of his grace had permitted me to see in my said voyage. Therefore, to satisfy and accede to your desire and that of the Pope, I have reduced into this small book the principal things in the best manner that I have been able. Finally, very illustrious lord, after all provisions had been made and the vessels were in order, the Captain General, a discreet and virtuous man, careful of his honor, would not commence his voyage without first making some good and wholesome ordinances, such as it is the good custom to make for those who go to sea. Nevertheless, he did not entirely declare the voyage which he was going to make, so that his men should not, from amazement and fear, be unwilling to accompany him on so long a voyage as he had undertaken in his intention. considering the great and impetuous storms and fortunes which are on the ocean sea, where I wished to go, and for another reason also, that is to say, that the masters and captains of the other ships of his company did not love him. Of this I do not know the reason, except by cause of his, the captain general, being Portuguese, and they were Spaniards or Castilians, who for a long time have been in rivalry and ill will with one another. Notwithstanding this, all were obedient to him. He made his ordinances such as those which follow, so that, during the storms at sea, which often come on by night and day, his ships should not go away and separate from one another. These ordinances he published and made over in writing to each master of the ships, and commanded them to be observed and inviolably kept, unless there were great and legitimate excuses, and appearance of not having been able to do otherwise. Firstly, the said Captain General willed that the vessel in which he himself was should go before the other vessels, and that the others should follow it. Therefore he carried by night, on the poop of his ship, a torch or faggot of burning wood, which they called ferrule, which burned all the night, so that his ships should not lose sight of him. Sometimes he set a lantern, sometimes a thick cord of reeds, which was lighted, which was called trinche. This is made of reeds well soaked in the water and much beaten. Then they are dried in the sun or in the smoke, and it is a thing very suitable for such a matter. When the captain had made one of his signals to his people, they answered in the same way. In that manner they knew whether the ships were following and keeping together or not. And when he wished to take a tack on account of the change of weather, or if the wind was contrary, or if he wished to make less way, he had 2 lights shown. And if he wished the others to lower their small sail, which was a part of the sail attached to the great sail, he showed 3 lights. Also by the 3 lights, notwithstanding that the wind was fair for going faster, he signaled that the studding sail should be lowered, so that the great sail might be quicker and more easily struck and furled when bad weather should suddenly set in, on account of some squall or otherwise. Likewise, when the captain wished the other ships to lower the sail, he had 4 lights shown, which shortly after he had put out, and then showed a single one, which was a signal that he wished to stop there and turn, so that the other ships might do as he did. Withal, when he discovered any land or shoal, that is to say, a rock at sea, he made several lights be shown, or had a bombard fired off. If he wished to make sail, he signaled to the other ships with 4 lights, so that they should do as he did and follow him. He always carried this said lantern suspended to the poop of his vessel, so when he wished the studding sail to be replaced with the great sail, he showed 3 lights. And to know whether all the ships followed him and were coming together, he showed 1 light only besides the fanal, and then each of the ships showed another light, which was an answering signal. Besides the above-mentioned ordinances for carrying on seamanship as is fitting, and to avoid the dangers which may come upon those who do not keep watch, the said captain, who was expert in the things required for navigation, ordered that 3 watches should be kept at night. The first was at the beginning of the night, the second at midnight, and the third towards break of day, which is commonly called la journée, otherwise the star of the break of day. Every night these watches were changed. That is to say, he who had kept the first watch on the following day kept the second, and he who had kept the second kept the third, and so on they changed continually every night. The said captain commanded that his regulations, both for the signals and the watches, should be well observed, so that their voyage should be made with greater security. The crews of this fleet were divided into 3 companies. The first belonged to the captain, the second to the pilot, or nocher, and the third to the master. These regulations having been made, the Captain General deliberated on sailing as follows. Monday, the day of St. Lawrence, the 10th of August, in the year above mentioned, the fleet, provided with what was necessary for it, and carrying crews of different nations, to the number of 237 men in all the 5 ships, was ready to sail from the mole of Seville, and firing all the artillery, we made sail only on the foremast, and came to the end of a river named Betis, which is now called Guadalquivir. In going along this river, we passed by a place named Jean de Ferrex, where there was formerly a large population of Moors, and there was a bridge on the river by which we went to Seville. This bridge was ruined. However, there had remained 2 columns, which are at the bottom of the water, on which account it is necessary to have people of the country of experience and knowledge to point out the convenient spot for safely passing between these 2 columns, from fear of striking against them. Besides that, it is necessary, in order to pass safely by this bridge and by other places on this river, that the water should be rather high. After having passed the 2 columns, we came to another place named Corilla, and passing by many little villages lying along the said river, we at last arrived at a castle, which belongs to the Duke of Medina Sidonia, named St. Lucar, where there is a port from which to enter the ocean sea. It is entered by the east wind, and you go out by the west wind. Near there is the Cape of St. Vincent, which, according to cosmography, is in 37 degrees of latitude, at 20 miles distance from the said port, and from the aforesaid town to this port by the river there are 35 or 40 miles. A few days afterwards, the Captain General came along the said river with his boat, and the masters of the other ships with him, and we remained some days in this port to supply the fleet with some necessary things. We went every day to hear Mass on shore at a church named Our Lady of Bermeda, towards St. Lucar. There the captain commanded that all the men of the fleet should confess before going on any further, in which he himself showed the way to the others. Besides, he did not choose that anyone should bring any married woman or others to the ships, for several good considerations. Tuesday, the 20th September of the said year 1519, we set sail from St. Lucar, making the course of the southwest, otherwise named La Biche, or Garbin and Lebeccio, and on the 26th of the said month we arrived at an island of Great Canaria, named Tenerife, which is in 28 degrees latitude. There we remained 3 days and a half to take in provisions and other things which were wanted. After that we set sail thence, and came to a port named Monteros, where we sojourned 2 days to supply ourselves with pitch, which is a thing necessary for ships. It is to be known that among the other isles which are at the said Great Canaria, there is one where not a drop of water is to be found proceeding from a fountain or a river. Only once a day, at the hour of midday, there descends a cloud from the sky, which envelops a large tree which is in this island, and it falls upon the leaves of the tree, and a great abundance of water distills from these leaves, so that at the foot of the tree there is so large a quantity of water that it seems as if there was an ever-running fountain. The men who inhabit this place are satisfied with this water. Also the animals, both domestic and wild, drink of it. Monday, the 3rd of October of the said year, at the hour of midnight, we set sail, making the course austere, which the Levantine mariners call Chirac, southeast, entering into the ocean sea. We passed the Cape Verde and the neighboring islands in 14½ degrees, and we navigated for several days by the coast of Guinea or Ethiopia, where there is a mountain called Sierra Leona, which is in 8 degrees latitude according to the art and science of cosmography and astrology. Sometimes we had the wind contrary, and at other times sufficiently good, and rains without wind. In this manner we navigated with rain for the space of 60 days, until the equinoctial line, which was a thing very strange and unaccustomed to be seen, according to the saying of some old men, and those who had navigated here several times. Nevertheless, before reaching this equinoctial line, we had in 14 degrees a variety of weather and bad winds, as much on account of squalls as for the headwinds and currents, which came in such a manner that we could no longer advance. In order that our ships might not perish nor broach to, as it often happens when the squalls come together, we struck our sails, and in that manner we went about the sea hither and thither until the fair weather came. During the calm there came large fishes near the ships, which they called tiburoni, sharks, which have teeth of a terrible kind, and eat people when they find them in the sea, either alive or dead. These fishes are caught with a device which the mariners call hamk, which is a hook of iron. Of these, some were caught by our men. However, they are worth nothing to eat when they are large, and even the small ones are worth but little. During these storms the body of Saint Anselme appeared to us several times. Amongst others, one night that it was very dark on account of the bad weather, the said saint appeared in the form of a fire lighted at the summit of the main mast, and remained there near 2 hours and a half, which comforted us greatly, for we were in tears, only expecting the hour of perishing. And when that holy light was going away from us, it gave out so great a brilliancy in the eyes of each, that we were near a quarter of an hour like people blinded, and calling out for mercy. For without any doubt, nobody hoped to escape from that storm. It is to be noted that all and as many times as that light, which represents the said Saint Anselme, shows itself and descends upon a vessel which is in a storm at sea, that vessel never is lost. Immediately that this light had departed, the sea grew calmer, and then we saw divers sorts of birds. Amongst others, there were some which had no fundament. There is also another kind of bird, of such a nature that when the female wishes to lay her eggs, she goes and lays them on the back of the male, and there it is that the eggs are hatched. This last kind have no feet, and are always in the sea. There is another kind of bird which only lives on the droppings of the other birds. This is a true thing, and they are named cagacello, for I have seen them follow the other birds until they had done what nature ordered them to do, and after it has eat this dirty diet, it does not follow any other bird until hunger returns to it. It always does the same thing. In reality, this bird swallows the fish which it forces the fishing bird to disgorge. There are also fish which fly, and we saw a great quantity of them together, so many that it seemed that it was an island in the sea. After that we had passed the equinoctial line towards the south, we lost the star of the Tramontana, and we navigated between the south and Garbin, which is the collateral wind or point between south and west, and we crossed as far as a country named Verzin, which is in 24 degrees and a half of the Antarctic sky. This country is from the Cape St. Augustine, which is in 8 degrees in the Antarctic sky. At this place we had refreshments of victuals, like fowls and meat of calves, which is anta or taper, like that of a cow. Also a variety of fruits, called batate, pigne, pineapples, sweet, of singular goodness, and many other things which I have omitted mentioning, not to be too long. The people of the said place gave, in order to have a knife or a hook for catching fish, 5 or 6 fowls, and for a comb they gave 2 geese, and for a small mirror or a pair of scissors they gave so much fish that 10 men could have eaten of it, and for a bell or hawk's bell they gave a full basket of the fruit named batate. This has the taste of a chestnut, and is of the length of a shuttle. For a king of cards, of that kind which they used to play with in Italy, they gave me 5 fowls, and thought they had cheated me. We entered into this port the day of St. Lucy, 13th December, before Christmas, on which day we had the sun on the zenith, which is a term of astrology. This zenith is a point in the sky, according to astrologers, and only in imagination, and it answers to over our head in a straight line, as may be seen by the treatise of the sphere, and by Aristotle in the first book De Cielo Mundo. On the day that we had the sun in the zenith, we felt greater heat, as much as when we were on the equinoctial line. Chapter 2. The said country of Verzine is very abundant in all good things, and is larger than France, Spain, and Italy together. It is one of the countries which the King of Portugal has conquered, acquired. Its inhabitants are not Christians, and adore nothing, but live according to the usage of nature, rather bestially than otherwise. Some of these people live 100, or 120, or 140 years, and more. They go naked, both men and women. Their dwellings are houses that are rather long, and which they call boy. They sleep upon cotton nets, which they call in their language hamache. These nets are fastened to large timbers from one end of their house to the other. They make the fire to warm themselves right under their bed. It is to be known that in each of these houses, which they call boy, there dwells a family of 100 persons who make a great noise. In this place they have boats, which are made of a tree, all in one piece, which they call canoe. These are not made with iron instruments, for they have not got any, but with stones, like pebbles, and with these they plane and dig out these boats. Into these 30 or 40 men enter, and their oars are made like iron shovels, and those who row these oars are black people, quite naked and shaven, and look like enemies of hell. The men and women of this said place are well made in their bodies. They eat the flesh of their enemies, not as good meat, but because they have adopted this custom. Now this custom arose as follows. An old woman of this place of Verzine had an only son, who was killed by his enemies, and some days afterwards the friends of this woman captured one of the said enemies who had put her son to death, and brought him to where she was. Immediately the said old woman, seeing the man who was captured, and recollecting the death of her child, rushed upon him like a mad dog, and bit him on the shoulder. However, this man who had been taken prisoner found means to run away, and told how they had wished to eat him, showing the bite marks which the said old woman had made in his shoulder. After that, those who were caught on one side or the other were eaten. Through that arose this custom in this place of eating the enemies of each other. But they do not eat up the whole body of the man whom they take prisoner. They eat him bit by bit, and for fear that he should be spoiled, they cut him up into pieces, which they set to dry in the chimney, and every day they cut a small piece, and eat it with their ordinary victuals, in memory of their enemies. I was assured that this custom was true by a pilot named John Carvaggio, who was in our company, and had remained 4 years in this place, It is also to be observed that the inhabitants of this place, both men and women, are accustomed to paint themselves with fire all over the body, and also the face. The men are shaven and wear no beard, because they pluck it out themselves, and for all clothing they wear a circle surrounded with the largest feathers of parrots, and they only cover their posterior parts, which is a cause of laughter and mockery. The people of this place, almost all, excepting women and children, have 3 holes in the lower lip, and carry, hanging in them, small round stones, about a finger in length. These kind of people, both men and women, are not very black, but rather brown, and they openly show their shame, and have no hair on the whole of their bodies. The king of this country is called Kasich, and there are here an infinite number of parrots, of which they give 8 or 10 for a looking-glass. There are also some little cat monkeys, having almost the appearance of a lion. They are yellow and handsome, and agreeable to look at. The people of this place make bread, which is of a round shape, and they take the marrow of certain trees which are there, between the bark and the tree, but it is not at all good, and resembles fresh cheese. There are also some pigs which have their navel on the back, and large birds which have their beak like a spoon, and they have no tongue. For a hatchet or for a knife, they used to give us 1 or 2 of their daughters as slaves, but their wives they would not give up for anything in the world. According to what they say, the women of this place never render duty to their husbands by day, but only at night. They attend to business out of doors, and carry all that they require for their husbands' victuals inside small baskets on their heads, or fastened to their heads. Their husbands go with them and carry a bow of vergine, or wood of Brazil, or of black palm, with a handful of arrows of cane. They do this because they are very jealous of their wives. These carry their children fastened to their neck, and they are inside a thing made of cotton in the manner of a net. I omit relating many other strange things, not to be too prolix. However, I will not forget to say that Mass was said twice on shore, and there were many people of the said country who remained on their knees and their hands joined in great reverence during the Mass, so that it was a pleasure and a subject of compassion to see them. In a short time they built a house for us, as they imagined that we should remain a long time with them, and at our departure thence they gave us a large quantity of vergine. It is a color which proceeds from the trees which are in this country, and they are in such great quantity that the country is called from it Vergine or Brazil. It is to be known that it happened that it had not rained for 2 months before we came there, and the day that we arrived it began to rain, on which account the people of the said place said that we came from heaven, and had brought the rain with us, which was great simplicity. And these people were easily converted to the Christian faith. Besides the above-mentioned things, which were rather simple, the people of this country showed us another very simple, for they imagined that the small ships' boats were the children of the ships, and that the said ships brought them forth when the boats were hoisted out to send the men hither and thither. And when the boats were alongside the ship, they thought that the ships were giving them suck. A beautiful young girl came one day inside the ship of our captain, where I was, and did not come except to seek for her luck. However, she directed her looks to the cabin of the master, and saw a nail of a finger's length, and went and took it as something valuable and new, and hid it in her hair, for otherwise she would not have been able to conceal it, because she was naked. And bending forwards she went away, and the captain and I saw this mystery. Some words of this people of Verzin. Millet, maize. Flour, hui. A hook, pinda. A knife, taese. A comb, chigna. A fork, pirarne. A bell, itemneraka. Good, more than good. Bon, plus que bon term meragatum. We remained 13 days in this country of Verzin, and departing from it, and following our course, we went as far as 34 degrees and a third towards the Antarctic pole. There we found, near a river, men whom they call cannibals, who eat human flesh, and one of these men, great as a giant, came to the captain's ship to ascertain and ask if the others might come. This man had a voice like a bull, and whilst this man was at the ship, his companions carried off all their goods which they had to a castle farther off, from fear of us. Seeing that, we landed 100 men from the ships and went after them to try and catch some others. However, they gained in running away. This kind of people did more with one step than we could do at a bound. In this same river there were 7 little islands, and in the largest of them precious stones are found. This place was formerly called the Cape of St. Mary, and it was thought there that from thence there was a passage to the Sea of Sur, that is to say, the South Sea. And it is not found that any ship has ever discovered anything more, having passed beyond the said cape. And now it is no longer a cape, but it is a river which has a mouth 17 leagues in width, by which it enters into the sea. In past time, in this river, these great men named Cannibali ate a Spanish captain named John de Sola and 60 men who had gone to discover land, as we were doing, and trusted too much to them. Afterwards, following the same course towards the Antarctic pole, going along the land, we found 2 islands full of geese and goslings and sea-wolves, of which geese the large number could not be reckoned, for we loaded all the 5 ships with them in an hour. These geese are black and have their feathers all over the body of the same size and shape, and they do not fly, and live upon fish. And they were so fat that they did not pluck them, but skinned them. They have beaks like that of a crow. The sea-wolves of these 2 islands are of many colors, and of the size and thickness of a calf, and have a head like that of a calf, and the ears are small and round. They have large teeth, and have no legs, but feet joining close onto the body, which resemble a human hand. They have small nails to their feet, and skin between the fingers like geese. If these animals could run, they would be very bad and cruel, but they do not stir from the water, and swim and live upon fish. In this place we endured a great storm, and thought we should have been lost. But the 3 holy bodies, that is to say, Saint Anselmo, Saint Nicholas, and Santa Clara, appeared to us, and immediately the storm ceased. Departing thence as far as 49 degrees and a half in the Antarctic heavens, as we were in the winter, we entered into a port to pass the winter, and remained there 2 whole months, without ever seeing anybody. However, one day, without anyone expecting it, we saw a giant, who was on the shore of the sea, quite naked, and was dancing and leaping and singing. And whilst singing he put the sand and dust on his head. Our captain sent one of his men towards him, whom he charged to sing and leap like the other, to reassure him and show him friendship. This he did, and immediately the sailor led this giant to a little island, where the captain was waiting for him. And when he was before us, he began to be astonished, and to be afraid, and he raised one finger on high. thinking that we came from heaven. He was so tall that the tallest of us only came up to his waist. However, he was well built. He had a large face, painted red all round, and his eyes also were painted yellow around them, and he had 2 hearts painted on his cheeks. He had but little hair on his head, and it was painted white. When he was brought before the captain, he was clothed with the skin of a certain beast, which skin was very skillfully sewed. This beast, a guanaco, a kind of llama, has its head and ears the size of a mule, and the neck and body of the fashion of a camel, the legs of a deer, and the tail like that of a horse, and it neighs like a horse. There is a great quantity of these animals in this same place. This giant had his feet covered with the skin of this animal in the form of shoes, and he carried in his hand a short and thick bow, with a thick cord made of the gut of the said beast, and a bundle of cane arrows, which were not very long, and were feathered like ours, but they had no iron at the end, though they had at the end some small white and black cut stones, and these arrows were like those which the Turks use. The captain caused food and drink to be given to this giant. Then they showed him some things, amongst others a steel mirror. When the giant saw his likeness in it, he was greatly terrified, leaping backwards, and made 3 or 4 of our men fall down. After that, the captain gave him 2 bells, a mirror, a comb, and a chaplet of beads, and sent him back on shore, having him accompanied by 4 armed men. One of the companions of this giant, who would never come to the ship, on seeing the other coming back with our people, came forward and ran to where the other giants dwelled. These came, one after the other, all naked, and began to leap and sing, raising one finger to heaven, and showing to our people a certain white powder made of the roots of herbs, which they kept in earthen pots, and they made signs that they lived on that, and that they had nothing else to eat than this powder. Therefore our people made them signs to come to the ship, and that they would help them to carry their bundles. Then these men came, who carried only their bows in their hands, but their wives came after them, laden like donkeys, and carried their goods. These women are not as tall as the men, but they are very sufficiently large. When we saw them, we were all amazed and astonished, for they had the breast half an ell long, and had their faces painted, and were dressed like the men, but they wore a small skin before them to cover themselves. They brought with them 4 of those little beasts of which they make their clothing, and they led them with a cord in the manner of dogs coupled together. When the people wished to catch these animals, with which they clothed themselves, they fastened one of the young ones to a bush, and afterwards the large ones come to play with the little one, and the giants are hid behind some hedge, and by shooting their arrows they kill the large ones. Our men brought 18 of these giants, both men and women, whom they placed in 2 divisions, half on one side of the port, and the other half at the other, to hunt the said animals. 6 days after, our people, on going to cut wood, saw another giant, with his face painted and clothed like the above mentioned. He had in his hand a bow and arrows, and approaching our people, he made some touches on his head and then on his body, and afterwards did the same to our people. And this being done, he raised both his hands to heaven. When the captain general knew all this, he sent to fetch him with his ship's boat, and brought him to one of the little islands which are in the port where the ships were. In this island the captain had caused a house to be made for putting some of the ship's things in whilst he remained there. This giant was of a still better disposition than the others, and was a gracious and amiable person, who liked to dance and leap. When he leapt, he caused the earth to sink in a palm depth at the place where his feet touched. He was a long time with us, and at the end we baptized him and gave him the name of John. This giant pronounced the name of Jesus, the Pater Noster, Ave Maria, and his name as clearly as we did, but he had a terribly strong and loud voice. The captain gave him a shirt and a tunic of cloth, and seaman's breeches, a cap, a comb, some bells, and other things, and sent him back to where he had come from. He went away very joyous and satisfied. The next day, this giant returned, and brought one of those large animals before mentioned, for which the captain gave him some other things, so that he should bring more. But afterwards he did not return, and it is to be presumed that the other giants killed him because he had come to us. 15 days later, we saw 4 other giants who carried no arrows, for they had hid them in the bushes, as 2 of them showed us. For we took them all 4, and each of them was painted in a different way. The captain retained the 2 younger ones to take them to Spain on his return, but it was done by gentle and cunning means, for otherwise they would have done a hurt to some of our men. The manner in which he retained them was that he gave them many knives, forks, mirrors, bells, and glass, and they held all these things in their hands. Then the captain had some irons brought, such as are put on the feet of malefactors. These giants took pleasure in seeing the irons, but they did not know where to put them, and it grieved them that they could not take them with their hands, because they were hindered by the other things which they held in them. The other 2 giants were there, and were desirous of helping the other 2, but the captain would not let them, and made a sign to the 2 whom he wished to detain that they would put these irons on their feet, and then they would go away. At this they made a sign with their heads that they were content. Immediately the captain had the irons put on the feet of both of them, and when they saw that they were striking with a hammer on the bolt which crosses the said irons to rivet them and prevent them from being opened, these giants were afraid, and the captain made them a sign not to doubt of anything. Nevertheless, when they saw the trick which had been played them, they began to be enraged, and to foam like bulls, crying out very loud, Setebos, that is to say, the great devil, that he should help them. The hands of the other 2 giants were bound, but it was with great difficulty. Then the captain sent them back on shore, with 9 of his men to conduct them, and to bring the wife of one of those who had remained in irons, because he regretted her greatly, as we saw by signs. But in going away, one of those 2 who were sent away untied his hands and escaped, running with such lightness that our men lost sight of him, and he went away where his companions were staying. But he found nobody of those that he had left with the women, because they had gone to hunt. However, he went to look for them, and found them, and related to them all that had been done to them. The other giant, whose hands were tied, struggled as much as he could to unfasten himself, and to prevent his doing so, one of our men struck him and hurt him on the head, at which he got very angry. However, he led our people there where their wives were. Then John Carvaggio, the pilot who was the chief conductor of these 2 giants, would not bring away the wife of one of the giants who had remained in irons on that evening, but was of opinion that they should sleep there, because it was almost night. During this time, the one of the giants who had untied his hands came back from where he had been with another giant, and they, seeing their companion wounded on the head, said nothing at that moment. But next morning they spoke in their language to the women, and immediately all ran away together, and the smallest ran faster than the biggest, and they left all their chattels. 2 of these giants, being rather a long way off, shot arrows at our men, and fighting thus, one of the giants, pierced with an arrow, the thigh of one of our men, of which he died immediately. Then, seeing that he was dead, all ran away. Our men had crossbows and guns, but they never could hit one of these giants, because they did not stand still in one place, but leapt hither and thither. After that, our men buried the man who had been killed, and set fire to the place where the giants had left their chattels. Certainly, these giants run faster than a horse, and they are very jealous of their wives. When these giants have a stomach ache, instead of taking medicine, they put down their throats an arrow about 2 feet long. Then they vomit a green bile mixed with blood. And the reason why they throw up this green matter is because they sometimes eat thistles. When they have headaches, they make a cut across the forehead and also on the arms and legs to draw blood from several parts of their bodies. One of the 2 we had taken, and who was in our ship, said that the blood did not choose to remain in the same place and spot of the body where pain was felt. These people have their hair cut short and clipped in the manner of monks with a tonsure. They wear a cord of cotton around their head. To this they hang their arrows when they go a-hunting. When one of them dies, 10 or 12 devils appear and dance all around the dead man. It seems that these are painted, and one of these enemies is taller than the others, and makes a greater noise and more mirth than the others. That is whence these people have taken the custom of painting their faces and bodies, as has been said. The greatest of these devils is called, in their language, Satibos, and the others, Seluli. Besides the above-mentioned things, this one, who was in the ship with us, told us by signs that he had seen devils with 2 horns on their heads, and long hair down to their feet, and who threw out fire from their mouths and rumps. The captain named this kind of people Patagome, on account of their large feet, who have no houses, but have huts made of the skins of the animals with which they clothe themselves, and go hither and thither with these huts of theirs, as the gypsies do. They live on raw meat, and eat a certain sweet root which they called capic. These 2 giants that we had in the ship ate a large basketful of biscuit and rats without skinning them, and they drank half a bucket of water at each time. We remained in this port, which was called the Port of St. Julian, about 5 months, during which there happened to us many strange things, of which I will tell a part. One was, that immediately that we entered into this port, the masters of the other 4 ships plotted treason against the Captain General, in order to put him to death. These were thus named: John of Cartagena, conductor of the fleet; the treasurer, Lois de Mendoza; the conductor, Anthony Cocha; and Gaspar de Quesada. However, the treason was discovered, for which the treasurer was killed with stabs of a dagger, and then quartered. This Gaspar de Quesada had his head cut off, and afterwards was cut into quarters. And the conductor, having a few days later attempted another treason, was banished with a priest, and was put in that country called Patagonia. The Captain General would not put this conductor to death, because the Emperor Charles had made him captain of one of the ships. One of our ships, named St. James, was lost in going to discover the coast. All the men, however, were saved by a miracle, for they were hardly wet at all. 2 men of these who were saved came to us, and told us all that had passed and happened, on which the captain at once sent some men with sacks full of biscuit for 2 months. So, each day we found something of the ship of the other men who had escaped from the ship which was lost. And the place where these men were was 25 leagues from us, and the road bad and full of thorns, and it required 4 days to go there, and no water to drink was to be found on the road, but only ice, and of that little. In this port of St. Julian, there are a great quantity of long capres, called misiglioni. These had pearls in the midst. In this place they found incense and ostriches, foxes, sparrows, and rabbits, a good deal smaller than ours. We set up at the top of the highest mountain which was there a very large cross, as a sign that this country belonged to the King of Spain, and we gave to this mountain the name of Mount of Christ. Departing thence, we found in 51 degrees less 1/3, 50 degrees 40 minutes south, in the Antarctic, a river of fresh water, which was near causing us to be lost from the great winds which it sent out. But God of his favor aided us. We were about 2 months in this river, as it supplied fresh water and a kind of fish, an ell long, and very scaly, which is good to eat. Before going away, the captain chose that all should confess and receive the body of our Lord like good Christians. Chapter 3. After going and taking the course to the 52nd degree of the said Antarctic sky, on the day of the 11,000 Virgins, October 21st, we found by a miracle a strait, which we called the Cape of the 11,000 Virgins. This strait is 110 leagues long, which are 440 miles, and almost as wide as less than half a league. And it issues in another sea, which is called the Peaceful Sea. It is surrounded by very great and high mountains, covered with snow. In this place it was not possible to anchor with the anchors, because no bottom was found, on which account they were forced to put the moorings of 25 or 30 fathoms length on shore. This strait was a round place, surrounded by mountains, as I have said, and the greater number of the sailors thought that there was no place by which to go out, thence to enter into the Peaceful Sea. But the Captain General said that there was another strait for going out, and said that he knew it well, because he had seen it by a marine chart of the King of Portugal, which map had been made by a great pilot and mariner named Martin of Bohemia. This man, Martin Bayham, lived at Fayal and Nuremberg. A globe was constructed at Nuremberg under the instructions of Martin Bayham in 1492, and given by him to the town of Nuremberg. This globe disproves the idea that Martin Bayham or his maps had indicated to Magellan any straits, for the whole continent of America is absent from it. The captain sent on before 2 of his ships, one named St. Anthony and the other the Concepcion, to seek for and discover the outlet of this strait, which was called the Cape de la Baya. And we, with the other 2 ships, that is to say the flagship named Trinitate, and the other, the Victory, remained waiting for them within the bay, where in the night we had a great storm, which lasted till the next day at midday, and during which we were forced to weigh the anchors and let the ships go hither and thither about the bay. The other 2 ships met with such a headwind that they could not weather a cape, which the bay made almost at its extremity. Wishing to come to us, they were near being driven to beach the ships. But on approaching the extremity of the bay, and whilst expecting to be lost, they saw a small mouth, which did not resemble a mouth but a corner, and, like people giving up hope, they threw themselves into it, so that by force they discovered the strait. Seeing that it was not a corner, but a strait of land, they went further on and found a bay. Then going still further, they found another strait, and another bay larger than the first 2, at which, being very joyous, they suddenly turned backwards to tell it to the Captain General. Amongst us, we thought that they had perished, first because of the great storm, next because 2 days had passed that we had not seen them. And being thus in doubt, we saw the 2 ships under all sail with ensigns spread come towards us. These, when near us, suddenly discharged much artillery, at which we, very joyous, saluted them with artillery and shouts. Afterwards, all together thanking God and the Virgin Mary, we went to seek further on. After having entered inside this strait, we found that there were 2 mouths, of which one trended to the Sirocco, southeast, and the other to the Garbin, southwest. On that account, the captain again sent the 2 ships, St. Anthony and Concepcion, to see if the mouth, which was towards Sirocco, had an outlet beyond into the said peaceful sea. One of these 2 ships, named St. Anthony, would not wait for the other ship, because those who were inside wished to return to Spain. This they did, and the principal reason was on account of the pilot, Esteban Gomez, of the said ship being previously discontented with the said Captain General, because that before this armament was made, this pilot had gone to the Emperor to talk about having some ships to discover countries. But on account of the arrival of the Captain General, the Emperor did not give them to this pilot, on account of which he agreed with some Spaniards, and the following night they took prisoner the captain of their ship, who was a relative of the Captain General, and who was named Alvar de Mesite. They wounded him and put him in irons, so they carried him off to Spain. And in this ship, which went away and returned, was one of the 2 above-mentioned giants, whom we had taken, and when he felt the heat, he died. The other ship, named the Concepcion, not being able to follow that one, was always waiting for it, and fluttered hither and thither, but it lost its time, for the other took the road by night for returning. When this happened, at night, the ship of the captain and the other ship went together to discover the other mouth to Garbin, southwest, where, on always holding on our course, we found the same strait, but at the end we arrived at a river which we named the River of Sardines, because we found a great quantity of them. So we remained there 4 days to wait for the other 2 ships. A short time after, we sent a boat well supplied with men and provisions to discover the cape of the other sea. These remained 3 days in coming and going. They told us that they had found the cape, and the sea great and wide. At the joy which the Captain General had at this, he began to cry, and he gave the name Cape of Desire to this cape, as a thing which had been much desired for a long time. Having done that, we turned back to find the 2 ships which were at the other side, but we only found the Concepcion, of which ship we asked what had become of her companion. To this the captain of the said ship, named John Serrano, who was pilot of the first ship which was lost, as has been related, replied that he knew nothing of her, and that he had never seen her since she entered the mouth. However, we sought for her through all the strait, as far as the said mouth by which she had taken her course to return. Besides that, the Captain General sent back the ship named the Victory as far as the entrance of the strait, to see if the ship was there, and he told the people of this ship that if they did not find the ship they were looking for, they were to place an ensign on the summit of a small hill, with a letter inside a pot placed in the ground near the ensign, so that if the ship should by chance return, it might see that ensign and also find the letter, which would give information of the course which the captain was holding. This manner of acting had been ordained by the captain from the commencement, in order to effect the junction of any ship which might be separated from the others. So the people of the said ship did what the captain had commanded them, and more. For they set 2 ensigns with letters. One of the ensigns was placed on a small hill at the first bay, the other on an islet in the third bay, where there were many sea-wolves and large birds. The captain general waited for them with the other ship near the river named Isles, and he caused a cross to be set upon a small island in front of that river, which was between high mountains covered with snow. This river comes and falls into the sea near the other River of the Sardines. If we had not found this strait, the captain general had made up his mind to go as far as 75 degrees towards the Antarctic pole, where at that height in the summertime there is no night or very little. In a similar manner, in the winter there is no daylight or very little. And so that everyone may believe this, when we were in this strait, the night lasted only 3 hours, and this was the month of October. The land of this strait on the left-hand side looked towards the Sirocco wind, which is the wind collateral to the Levant and south. We called this strait Patagonico. In it we found at every half-league a good port and place for anchoring, good waters, wood of all cedar, and fish like sardines, nisiglioni, and a very sweet herb named apio, celery. There is also some of the same kind which is bitter. This herb grows near the springs, and from not finding anything else, we ate of it for several days. I think that there is not in the world a more beautiful country or better strait than this one. In this ocean sea, one sees a very amusing chase of fish, which are of 3 sorts, of an ell or more in length, and they call these fish dorades, albacores, and bonitos. These follow and pursue another sort of fish which flies, which they call colendroni, or swallows, which are a foot long or more, and they are very good to eat. When these 3 sorts of fish find in the water any of these flying fish, immediately they make them come up out of the water, and they fly more than a crossbow shot, as long as their wings are wet, and whilst these fishes fly, the other 3 run after them, under the water, seeing the shadow of those that fly. But the moment they fall into the water, they are seized upon and eaten by the others which pursue them, which is a thing marvelous and agreeable to see. Many words were given me by that giant whom we had in the ship, because he asked me for capac, which is to say bread, since they thus name that root which they can use for bread, and oli, that is to say water. When he saw me write these names after him and ask for others, he understood what I was doing, with my pen in hand. Another time I made a cross and kissed it in showing it to him, but suddenly he exclaimed, "Sebetros!" and made signs to me that if I again made the cross, it would enter into my stomach and make me die. When this giant was unwell, he asked for the cross, and embraced and kissed it much, and he wished to become a Christian before his death, and we named him Paul. When these people wish to light a fire, they take a pointed stick and rub it together until they make a fire in the pith of a tree, which is placed between these sticks. Wednesday, the 28th of November, 1520, we came forth out of the said strait and entered into the Pacific Sea, where we remained 3 months and 20 days without taking in provisions or other refreshments, and we only ate old biscuit reduced to powder and full of grubs and stinking from the dirt which the rats had made on it when eating the good biscuit. And we drank water that was yellow and stinking. We also ate the ox hides which were under the main yard, so that the yard should not break the rigging. They were very hard on account of the sun, rain, and wind, and we left them for 4 or 5 days in the sea, and then we put them a little on the embers, and so ate them. Also the sawdust of wood, and rats, which cost half a crown each. Moreover, enough of them were not to be got. Besides the above-named evils, this misfortune, which I will mention, was the worst. It was that the upper and lower gums of most of our men grew so much that they could not eat, and in this way so many suffered that 19 died, and the other giant, and an Indian from the country of Verzine. Besides those who died, 25 or 30 fell ill of diverse sicknesses, both in the arms and legs, and other places, in such manner that very few remained healthy. However, thanks be to the Lord, I had no sickness. During those 3 months and 20 days we went in an open sea, while we ran fully 4,000 leagues in the Pacific Sea. This was well named Pacific, for during this same time we met with no storm, and we saw no land except 2 small, uninhabited islands, in which we found only birds and trees. We named them the Unfortunate Islands. They are 200 leagues apart from one another, and there is no place to anchor, as there is no bottom. There we saw many sharks, which are a kind of large fish which they call tiburoni. The first isle is in 15 degrees of austral latitude, and the other island is in 9 degrees. With the said wind, we ran each day 50 or 60 leagues or more, now with the wind astern, sometimes on a wind, or otherwise. And if our Lord and his mother had not aided us in giving us good weather to refresh ourselves with provisions and other things, we should all have died of hunger in this very vast sea. And I think that never man will undertake to perform such a voyage. When we had gone out of this strait, if we had always navigated to the west, we should have gone without finding any land except the Cape of the 11,000 Virgins, which is the eastern head of the strait in the ocean sea, with the Cape of Desire at the west in the Pacific Sea. These 2 capes are exactly 52 degrees of latitude of the Antarctic pole. The Antarctic pole is not so covered with stars as the Arctic, for there are to be seen there many small stars congregated together, which are like to 2 clouds, a little separated from one another, and a little dimmed, in the midst of which are 2 stars, not very large nor very brilliant, and they move but little. These 2 stars are the Antarctic pole. Our compass needle still pointed a little to its Arctic pole. Nevertheless, it had not as much power as on its own side and region. Yet when we were in the open sea, the Captain General asked of all the pilots, whilst still going under sail, in what direction they were navigating and pointing the charts. They all replied by the course he had given, punctually, pricked in. Then he answered that they were pointing falsely, which was so, and that it was fitting to arrange the needle of navigation, because it did not receive so much force as in its own quarter. When we were in the middle of this open sea, we saw a cross of 5 stars, very bright, straight in the west, and they are straight one with another. During this time of 2 months and 12 days, we navigated between west and northwest, Mistral, and a quarter west of northwest, and also northwest, until we came to the equinoctial line, which was at a point 122 degrees distant from the line of repartition. This line of delimitation is 30 degrees distant from the meridian, and the meridian is 3 degrees distant from the Cape Verde towards the east. In going by this course, we passed near 2 very rich islands. One is in 20 degrees latitude in the Antarctic pole, and is called Cipangu. The other, in 15 degrees of the same pole, is named Sumdit Pradit. After we had passed the equinoctial line, we navigated between west and northwest, and a quarter west and by northwest. Afterwards, we made 200 leagues to westwards, then changed the course to a quarter of southwest until in 13 degrees north latitude, in order to approach the land of Cape Caricara, which cape, under correction of those who have made cosmography, for they have never seen it, is not placed where they think, but is towards the north, in 12 degrees or thereabouts. After having navigated 60 leagues by the said course, in 12 degrees latitude and 146 of longitude, on Wednesday, the 6th of March, we discovered a small island in the northwest direction, and 2 others lying to the southwest. One of these islands was larger and higher than the other 2. The Captain General wished to touch at the largest of these 3 islands to get refreshments of provisions, but it was not possible, because the people of these islands entered into the ships and robbed us in such a way that it was impossible to preserve oneself from them. Whilst we were striking and lowering the sails to go ashore, they stole away with much address and diligence the small boat called the skiff, which was made fast to the poop of the captain's ship, at which he was much irritated, and went on shore with 40 armed men, burned 40 or 50 houses with several small boats, and killed 7 men of the island. They recovered their skiff. After this, we set sail suddenly, following the same course. Before we went ashore, some of our sick men begged us that if we killed man or woman, that we should bring them their entrails, as they would see themselves suddenly cured. It must be known that when we wounded any of this kind of people with our arrows, which entered inside their bodies, they looked at the arrow, and then drew it forth with much astonishment, and immediately afterwards they died, which did not fail to cause compassion. Immediately after we sailed from that island, following our course, and those people, seeing that we were going away, followed us for a league with 100 small boats or more, and they approached our ships, showing to us fish and feigning to give it to us. But they threw stones at us and then ran away. And in their flight, they passed with their little boats between the boat which is towed at the poop and the ship going under full sail. But they did this so quickly and with such skill that it was a wonder. And we saw some of these women who cried out and tore their hair, and I believe that it was for the love of those whom we had killed. These people live in liberty and according to their will, for they have no lord or superior. They go quite naked, and some of them wear beards and have their hair down to the waist. They wear small hats, after the fashion of the Albanians. These hats are made of palm leaves. The people are as tall as us, and well made. They adore nothing, and when they are born they are white. Later they become brown, and have their teeth black and red. The women also go naked, except that they cover their nature with a thin bark, pliable like paper, which grows between the tree and the bark of the palm. They are beautiful and delicate, and whiter than the men, and have their hair loose and flowing, very black and long, down to the earth. They do not go to work in the fields, nor stir from their houses, making cloth and baskets of palm leaves. Their provisions are certain fruits, named kochi, batate. There are birds, figs a palm long, known as bananas or plantains, sweet canes, and flying fish. The women anoint their bodies and their hair with oil of cocho and giongioli, sesame. Their houses are constructed of wood, covered with planks, with fig leaves which are 2 ells in length. They have only 1 floor. Their rooms and beds are furnished with mats, which we call matting or nate, which are made of palm leaves and are very beautiful, and they lie down on palm straw, which is soft and fine. These people have no arms, but use sticks, which have a fishbone at the end. They are poor, but ingenious, and great thieves, and for the sake of that we called these islands the Ladrone Islands. The pastime of the men and women of this place, and their diversion, is to go with their little boats to catch those fish which fly, with hooks made of fish bones. The pattern of their small boats is painted hereafter. They are like the fusileres, which are boats named after Fusine, from which people are ferried to Venice. But these boats are narrower, some of them black and white, and others red. On the opposite side to the sail, they have a large piece of wood, pointed above, with poles across, which are in the water, in order to go more securely under sail. Their sails are of palm leaves sewed together, and of the shape of a lateen sail, fore and aft. They have certain shovels like hearth shovels for paddles, and there is no difference between the poop and the prow in these boats, and they are like dolphins, bounding from wave to wave. These thieves thought, according to the signs they made, that there were no other men in the world besides them. Chapter 4. Saturday, the 16th of March, 1521, we arrived at daybreak in sight of a high island, 300 leagues distant from the aforementioned Thieves' Island. This isle is named Zamal. The next day, the Captain General wished to land at an uninhabited island near the first, to be in greater security and to take water, also to repose there for a few days. He set up there 2 tents on shore for the sick, and had a sow killed for them. We later learned this island was called Humunu. Monday, the 18th of March, after dinner, we saw a boat come towards us with 9 men in it, upon which the Captain General ordered that no one should move or speak without his permission. When these people had come to this island towards us, immediately the principal one amongst them went towards the Captain General, with demonstrations of being very joyous at our arrival. 5 of the most showy of them remained with us. The others who remained with the boat went to call some men who were fishing, and afterwards all of them came together. We learned that the island which they came from was named Zuluan, and it is a small island. The captain, seeing that these people were reasonable and sociable, ordered food and drink to be given to them, and he gave them some red caps, looking-glasses, combs, bells, ivory, and other things. When these people saw the politeness of the captain, they presented some fish and a vessel of palm wine, which they call in their language yuraca, figs more than a foot long, bananas, and others smaller and of a better savor, and 2 conchos, coconuts. At that time they had nothing to give him, and they made signs to us with their hands that in 4 days they would bring us umai, which is rice, cocoas, and many other victuals. To explain the kind of fruits above named, it must be known that the one which they call kochi is the fruit which the palm trees bear. And as we have bread, wine, oil, and vinegar, proceeding from different kinds, so these people have those things proceeding from these palm trees only. It must be said that wine proceeds from the said palm trees in the following manner. They make a hole at the summit of the tree, as far as its heart, which is named palmito, from which a liquor comes out and drops down the tree, like white must, which is sweet, but with somewhat of bitter. They have canes as thick as the leg in which they draw off this liquor, and they fasten them to the tree from the evening till the next morning, and from the morning to the evening, because this liquor comes little by little. This palm produces a fruit named cocho, which is as large as the head or thereabouts. Its first husk is green and 2 fingers in thickness. In it they find certain threads with which they make the cords for fastening their boats. Under this husk there is another, very hard and thicker than that of a walnut. They burn this second rind and make it with a powder which is useful to them. Under this rind there is a white marrow of a finger's thickness, which they eat fresh with meat and fish, as we do bread. And it has the taste of an almond, and if anyone dried it and reduced it to flour, he might make bread of it. From the middle of this marrow there comes out a clear, sweet water, and very cordial, which, when it has rested a little and settled, congeals and becomes like an apple, with the consistency of honey. When they wish to make oil, they take this fruit, the cocoa, and let it get rotten, and they corrupt this marrow in the water. Then they boil it, and it becomes oil in the manner and thickness of butter. When they want to make vinegar, they let the water in the coconut get bad, and they put it in the sun, when it turns to vinegar like white wine. From this fruit, milk also can be made, as we experienced, for we scraped this marrow, and then put it with its water, and passed it through a cloth, and thus it was milk like that of goats. This kind of palm tree is like the date palm, but its trunk, without being smooth, is less knotty, and not so rugged. 2 of these trees can maintain a family of 10 persons. But they do not draw wine as above mentioned always from one tree, but draw from one for 8 days, and from the other as long. For if they did not, otherwise the trees would dry up. In this manner, we were told, they last 100 years. These people became very familiar and friendly with us, and explained many things to us in their language, and told us the names of some islands which we saw with our eyes before us. The island where they dwelt is called Zuluam, and it is not large. As they were sufficiently agreeable and conversable, we had great pleasure with them. The captain, seeing that they were of this good condition, to do them greater honor, conducted them to the ship, and showed them all his goods, that is to say, cloves, cinnamon, pepper, ginger, nutmeg, mace, gold, and all that was in the ship. He also had some shots fired with his artillery, at which they were so much afraid that they wished to jump from the ship into the sea. They made signs that the things which the captain had shown them grew there where we were going. When they wished to leave us, they took leave of the captain and of us with very good manners and gracefulness, promising us to come back to see us. The island we were at was named Humunu. Nevertheless, because we found there 2 springs of very fresh water, we named it the watering place of good signs, and because we found here the first signs of gold. There is much white coral to be found here, and large trees which bear fruit smaller than an almond, which are like pines. There were also many palm trees, both good and bad. In this place there were many circumjacent islands, on which account we named them the archipelago of St. Lazarus, because we stayed there on the day and feast of St. Lazarus. This region, an archipelago, is in 10 degrees north latitude, and 161 degrees longitude from the line of demarcation. Friday, the 22nd of March, the above-mentioned people, who had promised us to return, came about midday with 2 boats laden with the said fruit cochi, sweet oranges, a vessel of palm wine, and a cock, to give us to understand that they had poultry in their country, so that we bought all that they brought. The lord of these people was old, and had his face painted, and had gold rings suspended to his ears, which they named Shioni. And the others had many bracelets and rings of gold on their arms, and a wrapper of linen around their head. We remained at this place 8 days. The captain went there every day to see his sick men, whom he had placed on this island to refresh them. And he gave them himself every day the water of this said fruit, the cocho, which comforted them much. Near this isle is another where there are a kind of people who wear holes in their ears so large that they can pass their arms through them. These people are Kafre, that is to say, Gentiles, and they go naked, except that round their middles they wear cloth made of the bark of trees. But there are some of the more remarkable of them who wear cotton stuff, and at the end of it there is some work of silk done with a needle. These people are tawny, fat, and painted, and they anoint themselves with the oil of coconuts and sesame to preserve them from the sun and the wind. Their hair is very black and long, reaching to the waist, and they carry small daggers and knives ornamented with gold, and many other things, such as darts, harpoons, and nets to fish, like our Rizali, and their boats are like ours. The Monday of Passion Week, the 25th of March, and Feast of Our Lady, in the afternoon, and being ready to depart from this place, I went to the side of our ship to fish, and putting my feet on a spar to go down to the storeroom, my feet slipped because it had rained, and I fell into the sea without anyone seeing me. And being near drowning, by luck I found at my left hand the sheet of the large sail which was in the sea. I caught hold of it and began to cry out till they came to help and pick me up with the boat. I was assisted not by my merits, but by the mercy and grace of the fountain of pity. That same day we took the course between west and southwest, and passed amidst 4 small islands, that is to say, Sinalo, Hinangar, Ibusan, and Alberian. Thursday, the 28th of March, having seen the night before fire upon an island, at the morning we came to anchor at this island, where we saw a small boat which they call Boloto, with 8 men inside, which approached the ship of the captain general. Then a slave of the captain's, who was from Sumatra, otherwise named Trapobana, spoke from afar to these people, who understood his Malay talk, and came near to the side of the ship, but they withdrew immediately and would not enter the ship from fear of us. So the captain, seeing that they would not trust us, showed them a red cap and other things, which he had tied and placed on a little plank, and the people in the boat took them immediately and joyously, and then returned to advise their king. 2 hours afterwards, or thereabouts, we saw come 2 long boats, which they call balangai, full of men. In the largest of them was their king, sitting under an awning of mats. When they were near the ship of the captain general, the said slave spoke to the king, who understood him well, because in these countries the kings know more languages than the common people. Then the king ordered some of his people to go to the captain's ship, whilst he would not move from his boat, which was near enough to us. This was done, and when his people returned to the boat, he went away at once. The captain gave good entertainment to the men who came to his ship, and gave them all sorts of things, on which account the king wished to give the captain a rather large bar of solid gold and a chest full of ginger. However, the captain thanked him very much, but would not accept the present. After that, when it was late, we went with the ships near to the houses and abode of the king. The next day, which was Good Friday, the captain sent on shore the before-mentioned slave, who was our interpreter, to the king to beg him to give him for money some provisions for his ships, sending him word that he had not come to his country as an enemy, but as a friend. The king, on hearing this, came with 7 or 8 men in a boat, and entered the ship, and embraced the captain, and gave him 3 china dishes covered with leaves, full of rice, and 2 dorades, which are rather large fish, and of the sort above mentioned, and he gave him several other things. The captain gave this king a robe of red and yellow cloth, made in the Turkish fashion, and a very fine red cap. And to his people he gave to some of them knives, and to others mirrors. After that, refreshments were served up to them. The captain told the king, through the said interpreter, that he wished to be with him kasi, that is to say, brothers, to which the king answered that he desired to be the same towards him. After that, the captain showed him cloths of different colors, linen, coral, and much other merchandise, and all the artillery, of which he had some pieces fired before him, at which the king was much astonished. After that, the captain had one of his soldiers armed with white armor, and placed him in the midst of 3 comrades, who struck him with swords and daggers. The king thought this very strange, and the captain told him, through the interpreter, that a man thus in white armor was worth 100 of his men. He answered that it was true. He was further informed that there were in each ship 200 like that man. After that, the captain showed him a great number of swords, cuirasses, and helmets, and made 2 of the men play with their swords before the king. He then showed him the sea chart and the sea compass, and informed him how he had found the strait to come there, and of the time which he had spent in coming, also of the time he had been without seeing any land, at which the king was astonished. At the end, the captain asked if he would be pleased that 2 of his people should go with him to the places where they lived, to see some of the things of his country. This the king granted, and I went with another. When I had landed, the king raised his hands to the sky and turned to us too, and we did the same as he did. After that he took me by the hand, and one of his principal people took my companion, and led us under a place covered with canes, where there was a balangay, that is to say, a boat 80 feet long or thereabouts, resembling a fusta. We sat with the king upon its poop, always conversing with him by signs, and his people stood up around us with their swords, spears, and bucklers. Then the king ordered to be brought a dish of pig's flesh and wine. At each mouthful we drank a cup of wine, and whatever remained in the cup, though that rarely happened, was put into another vase. Their fashion of drinking is in this wise. They first raise their hands to heaven, then take the drinking vessel in their right hand, and extend the left hand closed toward the people. This the king did, and presented to me his fist, so that I thought he wanted to strike me. I did the same thing towards him, so with this ceremony, and other signs of friendship, we banqueted, and afterwards supped with him. I ate flesh on Good Friday, not being able to do otherwise, and before the hour of supper I gave several things to the king which I had brought. There I wrote down several things as they named them in their language, and when the king and the others saw me write, and I told them their manner of speech, they were all astonished. When the hour for supper had come, they brought 2 large china dishes, of which one was full of rice, and the other of pig's flesh with its broth and sauce. We supped with the same signs and ceremonies, and then went to the king's palace, which was made and built like a hay grange, covered with fig and palm leaves. It was built on great timbers, high above the ground, and it was necessary to go up steps and ladders to it. Then the king made us sit on a cane mat, with our legs doubled, as was the custom. After half an hour, there was brought a dish of fish roast in pieces, and ginger fresh gathered that moment, and some wine. The eldest son of the king, who was the prince, came where we were, and the king told him to sit down near us, which he did. Then 2 dishes were brought, one of fish with its sauce, and the other of rice, and this was done for us to eat with the prince. My companion enjoyed the food and drink so much that he got drunk. They use for candles or torches the gum of a tree which is named anime, wrapped up in leaves of palms or fig trees. The king made a sign that he wished to go to rest, and left us with the prince, with whom we slept on a cane mat, with some cushions and pillows of leaves. Next morning the king came out and took me by the hand, and so we went to the place where we had supped to breakfast, but the boat came to fetch us. The king, before we went away, was very gay and kissed our hands, and we kissed his. There came with us a brother of his, the king of another island, accompanied by 3 men. It will be seen further on that these brothers were kings or lords of 2 cities on the coast of Mindanao, of which one was named Butuan, the other Calagan. The first place retains the name, the other is named Caragua. The king of Butuan was also the king of the island of Misaua, between Mindanao and Samar. The captain general detained him to dine with us, and we gave him several things. In the island belonging to the king who came to the ship, there are mines of gold, which they find in pieces as big as a walnut or an egg, by seeking in the ground. All the vessels which he makes use of are made of it, and also some parts of his house, which was well fitted up according to the custom of the country, and he was the handsomest man that we saw among these nations. He had very thick black hair coming down to his shoulders, with a silk cloth on his head, and 2 large gold rings hanging from his ears. He had a cloth of cotton worked with silk, which covered him from the waist to the knees. At his side he wore a dagger with a long handle which was all of gold. Its sheath was of carved wood. On each of his teeth he had 3 spots of gold, so that his teeth appeared to be bound with gold. Besides, he carried upon him scents of storax and benzoin. He was tawny and painted all over. The island of this king is named Zuluan and Calagan, and when these 2 kings wish to visit one another, they come to hunt in this island Masaua, where we were. Of these kings, the painted king is called Raia Kalambu, and the other Raia Siani, or Siagu. On Sunday, the last day of March and feast of Easter, the captain sent the chaplain ashore early to say Mass, and the interpreter went with him to tell the king that they were not coming on shore to dine with him, but only to hear the Mass. The king, hearing that, sent 2 dead pigs. When it was time for saying Mass, the captain went ashore with 50 men, not with their arms, but only with their swords, and dressed as well as each one was able to dress. And before the boats reached the shore, our ships fired 6 cannon shots as a sign of peace. At our landing, the 2 kings were there and received our captain in a friendly manner, and placed him between them. and then we went to the place prepared for saying Mass, which was not far from the shore. Before the Mass began, the captain threw a quantity of musk rosewater on those two kings, and when the offertory of the Mass came, the two kings went to kiss the cross like us, but they offered nothing, and at the elevation of the body of our Lord, they were kneeling like us, and adored our Lord with joined hands. The ships fired all of their artillery at the elevation of the body of our Lord. After Mass had been said, each one did the duty of a Christian, receiving our Lord. After that, the captain had some sword play by his people, which gave great pleasure to the kings. Then he had a cross brought with the nails and crown, to which the kings made reverence, and the captain had them told that these things which he showed them were the sign of the emperor, his lord and master, from whom he had charge and commandment to place it in all places where he might go or pass by. He told them that he wished to place it in their country for their profit, because if there came afterwards any ships from Spain to those islands, on seeing this cross, they would know that we had been there, and therefore they would not cause them any displeasure to their persons nor their goods, and if they took any of their people, on showing them this sign, they would at once let them go. Besides this, the captain told them that it was necessary that this cross should be placed on the summit of the highest mountain in their country, so that seeing it every day, they might adore it, and that if they did thus, neither thunder, lightning, nor the tempest could do them hurt. The kings thanked the captain and said they would do it willingly. Then he asked whether they were Moors or Gentiles, and in what they believed. They answered that they did not perform any other adoration, but only joined their hands, looking up to heaven, and that they called their God Abba. Hearing this, the captain was very joyful. On seeing that, the first king raised his hands to the sky and said that he wished it were possible for him to be able to show the affection which he felt towards him. The interpreter asked him for what reason there was so little to eat in that place, to which the king replied that he did not reside in that place except when he came to hunt and to see his brother, but that he lived in another island where he had all his family. Then the captain asked him if he had any enemies who made war upon him, and that if he had any, he would go and defeat them with his men and ships, to put them under his obedience. Then he bade the interpreter tell them that he was going away to dine, and after that he would return to place the cross on the summit of the mountain. The two kings said they were content, and on that they embraced the captain, and he separated from them. After dinner, we all returned in our dress coats, and we went together with the two kings to the middle of the highest mountain we could find, and there the cross was planted. After that, the two kings and the captain rested themselves, and while conversing, I asked where was the best port for obtaining victuals. They replied that there were three, that is to say, Ceylon, or Leyte, Cebu, and Calagan, but that Cebu was the largest and of the most traffic. Then the kings offered to give him pilots to go to those ports, for which he thanked them, and deliberated to go there, for his ill fortune would have it so. After the cross had been planted on that mountain, each one said the Pater Noster and Ave Maria, and adored it, and the kings did the like. Then we went down below to where their boats were. There the kings had brought some of the fruit called cocos, and other things to make a collation and to refresh us. The captain, being desirous to depart the next day in the morning, asked the king for the pilots to conduct us to the above-mentioned ports, promising him to treat them like themselves, and that he would leave one of his own men as a hostage. The first king said that he would go himself and conduct him to this port, and be his pilot, but that he should wait 2 days until he had had his rice gathered in and done other things which he had to do, begging him to lend him some of his men so as to get done sooner. This the captain agreed to. This kind of people are gentle and go naked and are painted. They wear a piece of cloth made from a tree, like a linen cloth, round their body to cover their natural parts. They are great drinkers. The women are dressed in tree cloth from their waist downwards. Their hair is black and reaches down to the ground. They wear certain gold rings in their ears. These people chew most of their time a fruit which they call erica, which is something of the shape of a pear. They cut it in 4 quarters, and after they have chewed it for a long time, they spit it out, from which afterwards they have their mouths very red. They find themselves the better from the use of this fruit, because it refreshes them much, for this country is very hot, so that they could not live without it. In this island there is a great quantity of dogs, cats, pigs, fowl, and goats, rice, ginger, cocoas, figs, oranges, lemons, millet, wax, and gold mines. This island is in 9 degrees and 2/3 north latitude and 162 longitude from the line of demarcation. It is 25 leagues distant from the other island where we found the 2 fountains of fresh water. This island is named Mazava. We remained 7 days in this place. Then we took the tack of Maestral, passing through the midst of 5 isles, that is to say, Ceylon, Bohol, Canigan, Bye-bye, and Satigan. In this island of Satigan is a kind of bird called barbastigli, which are as large as eagles. Of these we killed only 1, because it was late. We ate it, and it had the taste of a fowl. There are also in this island doves, tortoises, parrots, and certain blackbirds as large as a fowl, with a long tail. They lay eggs as large as those of a goose. These they put a good arm's length under the sand in the sun, where they are hatched by the great heat, which the heated sand gives out. And when these birds are hatched, they push up the sand and come out. These eggs are good to eat. From this island of Masubua to that of Satigan, there are 20 degrees, and on leaving Satigan, we went by the west. But the king of Mazabua could not follow us. Therefore we waited for him near 3 islands, that is to say, Polo, Ticoban, and Pozon. When the king arrived, he was much astonished at our navigation. The captain general bade him come on board his ship with some of his principal people, at which they were much pleased. Thus we went to Cebu, which is 15 leagues off from Satigan. Chapter 5. Sunday, the 7th of April, about midday, we entered the port of Cebu, having passed by many villages. There we saw many houses which were built on trees. On approaching the principal town, the captain general commanded all his ships to hang out their flags. Then we lowered the sails in the fashion in which they are struck when going to fight, and he had all the artillery fired, at which the people of this place were greatly frightened. The captain sent a young man whom he had brought up with the interpreter to the king of this island Cebu. These, having come to the town, found a great number of people and their king with them, all alarmed by the artillery which had been fired. But the interpreter reassured them, saying that it was the fashion and custom to fire artillery when they arrived at ports, to show signs of peace and friendship, and also, to do more honor to the king of the country, they had fired all the artillery. The king and all his people were reassured. He then bade one of his principal men ask what they were seeking. The interpreter answered him that his master was captain of the greatest king in the world, and that he was going by the command of the said sovereign to discover the Molucca Islands. However, on account of what he had heard where he had passed, and especially from the king of Mazava, of his courtesy and good fame, he had wished to pass by his country to visit him, and also to obtain some refreshment of victuals for his merchandise. The king answered him that he was welcome, but that the custom was that all ships which arrived at his country or port paid tribute, and it was only 4 days since that a ship called the Junk of Siam, laden with gold and slaves, had paid him his tribute. And to verify what he said, he showed them a merchant of the said Siama, who had remained there to trade with the gold and slaves. The interpreter said to him that this captain, on account of being captain of so great a king as his was, would not pay tribute to any sovereign in the world, and that if he wished for peace, he would have peace, and if he wished for war, he would have war. Then the merchant above mentioned replied to the king in his own language, "Look well, O king, what you will do, for these people are of those who have conquered Calicut, Malacca, and all greater India. If you entertain them well and treat them well, you will find yourself the better for it, and if ill, it will be so much the worse for you, as they have done at Calicut and Malacca." The interpreter, who understood all this discourse, said to them that the king, his master, was a good deal more powerful in ships and by land than the king of Portugal, and declared to him that he was the king of Spain and emperor of all Christendom. Wherefore, if he could not be his friend and treat his subjects well, he would another time send against him so many men as to destroy him. Then the king answered that he would speak to his council and give an answer the next day. Afterwards, the king ordered a collation to be brought of several viands, all of meat, in porcelain dishes, with a great many vessels of wine. When the repast was over, our people returned, and related all to the captain and the king of Mazabua, who was on board the captain's ship, and who was the first king after him of Cebu, and the lord of several isles, wished to go on shore to relate to the king the politeness and courtesy of our captain. Monday morning, our clerk went with the interpreter to the town of Cebu, and the king, accompanied by the principal men of his kingdom, came to the open space, where we made our people sit down near him, and he asked whether there was more than one captain in all those ships, and whether he wished that the king should pay tribute to the emperor, his master, to which our people answered no, but that the captain only wished to trade with the things which he had brought with the people of his country, and not with others. Then the king said that he was content, and as a greater sign of affection, he sent him a little of his blood from his right arm, and wished he should do the like. Our people answered that he would do it. Besides that, he said that all the captains who came to his country had been accustomed to make a present to him, and he to them, and therefore they should ask their captain if he would observe the custom. Our people answered that he would, but as the king wished to keep up the custom, let him begin and make a present, and then the captain would do his duty. Tuesday morning following, the king of Mazava with the Moor came to the ship, and saluted the captain on behalf of the king of Cebu, and said that the king was preparing a quantity of provisions, as much as he could, to make a present of to him, and that after dinner he would send 2 of his nephews with others of his principal people to make peace with him. Then the captain had one of his men armed with his own armor, and told him that all of us would fight armed in that manner. at which the Moorish merchant was rather astonished. But the captain told him not to be afraid, and that our arms were soft to our friends and rough to our enemies, and that as a cloth wipes away the sweat from a man, so our arms destroy the enemies of our faith. The captain said this to the Moor, because he was more intelligent than the others, and for him to relate it all to the king of Cebu. After dinner, the nephew of this king, who was the hereditary prince, with the king of Bazava, the Moor, the governor, and the chief of police, and 8 of the principal men, came to the ship to make peace with us. The captain general was sitting in a chair of red velvet, and near him were the principal men of the ships sitting in leather chairs, and the others on the ground on mats. Then the captain bade the interpreter ask the above-mentioned persons if it was their custom to speak in secret or in public, and whether the prince who was come with them had power to conclude peace. They answered yes, that they would speak in public, and that they had the power to conclude peace. The captain spoke at length on the subject of peace, and prayed God to confirm it in heaven. These people replied that they had never heard such words as these which the captain had spoken to them, and they took great pleasure in hearing them. The captain, seeing then that these people listened willingly to what was said to them, and that they gave good answers, began to say a great many more good things to induce them to become Christians. After many other subjects, the captain asked them who would succeed the king in their country after his death. They answered that the king had no son, but several daughters, and that this prince was his nephew, and had for a wife the king's eldest daughter, and for the sake of that they called him Prince. They also said that when the father and mother were old, they took no further account of them, but their children commanded them. Upon which the captain told them how God had made heaven and earth and all other things in the world, and that he had commanded that everyone should render honor and obedience to his father and mother, and that whoever did otherwise was condemned to eternal fire. He then pointed out to them many other things concerning our faith. The people heard these things willingly, and besought the captain to leave them 2 men to teach and show them the Christian faith, and they would entertain them well with great honor. To this the captain answered that for the moment he could not leave them any of his people, but that if they wished to be Christians, that his priest would baptize them, and that another time he would bring priests and preachers to teach them the faith. They then answered that they wished first to speak to their king, and then would become Christians. Each of us wept for the joy which we felt at the goodwill of these people, and the captain told them not to become Christians from fear of us or to please us, but that if they wished to become Christian, they must do it willingly and for the love of God. For even though they should not become Christian, no displeasure would be done them, but those who became Christian would be more loved and better treated than the others. Then they all cried out with one voice that they did not wish to become Christians from fear, nor from complacence, but of their free will. The captain then said that if they became Christians, he would leave them the arms which the Christians use, and that his king had commanded him so to do. At last, they said they did not know what more to answer to so many good and beautiful words which he spoke to them, but that they placed themselves in his hands, and that he should do with them as with his own servants. Then the captain, with tears in his eyes, embraced them, and taking the hand of the prince and that of the king, said to him that by the faith he had in God, and to his master the emperor, and by the habit of St. James which he wore, he promised them to cause them to have perpetual peace with the king of Spain, at which the prince and the others promised him the same. After peace had been concluded, the captain had refreshments served to them. The prince and the king of Mazava, who was with him, presented to the captain on behalf of his king large baskets full of rice, pigs, goats, and fowls, and desired the captain to be told he should pardon them, that their present was not as fine as fitting for him. The captain gave to the prince some very fine cloth and a red cap, and a quantity of glass and a cup of gilt glass. Glasses are much prized in this country. To the other people belonging to the prince, he gave various things. Then he sent by me and another person to the king of Cebu a robe of yellow and violet silk in the fashion of a Turkish jubba, a red cap, very fine, and certain pieces of glass, and had all of them put in a silver dish and 2 gilt glasses. When we came to the town, we found the king of Cebu at his palace, sitting on the ground on a mat made of palm, with many people about him. He was quite naked, except that he had a cloth around his middle and a loose wrapper around his head, worked with silk by the needle. He had a very heavy chain around his neck. 2 gold rings hung in his ears with precious stones. He was a small and fat man, and his face was painted with fire in different ways. He was eating on the ground on another palm mat, and was then eating tortoise eggs in 2 china dishes, and he had 4 vessels full of palm wine, which he drank with a cane pipe. We made our obeisance, and presented to him what the captain had sent him, and told him through the interpreter that it was not as a return for his present, which he had sent to the captain, but for the affection which he bore him. That done, his people told him all the good words and explanations of peace and religion which he had spoken to them. The king wished to detain us to supper, but we made our excuses and took leave of him. The prince, nephew of the king, conducted us to his house and showed us 4 girls who played on 4 instruments, which were strange and very soft, and their manner of playing is rather musical. Afterwards, he made us dance with them. These girls were naked except from the waist to the knees, where they wore a wrap made of the palm tree cloth, which covered their middles, and some were quite naked. There we made a repast, and then returned to the ships. Wednesday morning, because the night before one of our men had died, the interpreter and I, by order of the captain, went to ask the king for a place where we might bury the deceased. We found the king accompanied by a good many people, and after paying him due honor, we told him of the death of our man, and that the captain prayed him that he might be put into the ground. He replied that if he and his people were ready to obey our master, still more reason was there for his land and country being subject to him. After that, we said we wished to consecrate the grave in our fashion and place a cross on it. The sovereign said that he was content, and that he would worship that cross as we did. The deceased was buried in the middle of the open space of the town, as decently as possible, and performing the above-mentioned ceremonies to set them a good example, and in the evening we buried another. This done, we brought a good quantity of merchandise into the town of this king, and placed it in a house, and he took it under his charge, and promised that no one would do harm or injury to the king. 4 of our men were chosen to dispatch and sell this merchandise. These people live with justice and good weight and measure, loving peace, and are a people who love ease and pleasure. They have wooden scales, after the fashion of those north of the Lua, for weighing their merchandise. Their houses are made of wood and beams and canes, founded on piles, and are very high and must be entered by means of ladders. Their rooms are like ours, and underneath They keep their cattle, such as pigs, goats, and fowls. The young people sound bagpipes, made like ours, and call them subin. In this island of the kings there is a kind of animal carrying a shell called carniole, fine to look at, which causes the whale to die. For the whale swallows them alive. Then, when they are inside its body, they come out of their shell and go and eat the whale's heart. And the people of this country find this animal alive inside the whale. These animals, the carnioles, or large sea snails, have the teeth and skin black, and their shell is white. Their flesh is good to eat, and they call them lahan. The following Friday we showed them a shop full of our merchandise, which was of various strange sorts, at which they were surprised. For metal, iron, and other big goods, they gave us gold, and for the other small and sundry goods, they gave us rice, pigs, goats, and other provisions. They gave us 10 weights of gold for 14 pounds of iron. Each weight is a ducat and a half. The Captain General would not allow a large quantity of gold to be taken, so that the sailors should not sell what belonged to them too cheap from thirst for gold, and lest by that means he might be constrained to do likewise with his merchandise, for he wished to sell it better. Saturday following, a scaffolding was made in the open space, fitted with tapestry and palm branches, because the king had promised our captain to become Christian on Sunday. He told him not to be afraid when our artillery fired on that day, for it was the custom to load it on those feasts without firing stones or other balls. Sunday morning, the 14th day of April, we went on shore, 40 men, of whom 2 were armed, who marched before us following the standard of our King Emperor. When we landed, the ships discharged all their artillery, and from fear of it, the people ran away in all directions. The captain and the king embraced one another, and then joyously we went near the scaffolding, where the captain and the king sat on 2 chairs, one covered with red, the other with violet velvet. The principal men sat on cushions, and the others on mats, after the fashion of the country. Then the captain began to speak to the king through the interpreter, to incite him to the faith of Jesus Christ, and told him that if he wished to be a good Christian, as he had said the day before, that he must burn all the idols of his country, and instead of them place a cross, and that everyone should worship it every day on their knees, and their hands joined to heaven. And he showed them how he ought every day to make the sign of the cross. To that the king and all his people answered that they would obey the commands of the captain, and do all that he told them. The captain took the king, who was named Raja Humabon, by the hand, and they walked about on the scaffolding. And when he was baptized, he said that he would name him Don Charles, as the emperor, his sovereign, was named. And he named the prince Don Ferdinand, after the brother of the emperor. And the king of Mazavra, Jehan. To the Moor he gave the name of Christopher, and to the others each a name of his fancy. Thus, before Mass, there were 50 men baptized. After Mass had been heard, the captain invited the king and his other principal men to dine with him, but he would not. He accompanied the captain, however, to the beach, and on his arrival there, the ships fired all their artillery. Then, embracing one another, they took leave. After dinner, our chaplain and some of us went on shore to baptize the Queen. She came with 40 ladies, and we conducted them onto the scaffolding. Then we made her sit down on a cushion, and her women around her, until the priest was ready. During that time, they showed her an image of Our Lady, of wood, holding her little child, which was very well made, and a cross. When she saw it, she had a greater desire to be a Christian, and, asking for baptism, she was baptized and named Jehanne, like the mother of the emperor. The wife of the prince, daughter of this queen, had the name of Catherine, the queen of Mazava, Isabella, and the others each their name. That day we baptized 800 persons of men, women, and children. The queen was young and handsome, covered with a black and white sheet. She had the mouth and nails very red, and wore on her head a large hat made of leaves of palm, with a crown over it made of the same leaves, like that of the Pope. After that, she begged us to give her the little wooden boy to put in the place of the idols. This we did, and she went away. It should be noted here that after the death of Magellan, the image of the infant Jesus was preserved as an idol until the year 1598, in which the Spaniards returned to that place with missionaries who, having found it, not only placed it in veneration, but gave it to the city which they founded there, the city of Jesus, which it still preserves. In the evening, the king and queen, with several of their people, came to the sea beach, where the captain had some of the large artillery fired, in which they took great pleasure. The captain and the king called one another brother. At last, in 8 days, all the inhabitants of this island were baptized, and some belonging to the neighboring islands. In one of these we burned a village, because the inhabitants would not obey either the king or us. There we planted a cross, because the people were Gentiles. If they had been Moors, we should have erected a column, as a sign of their hardness of heart, because the Moors are even more difficult to convert than the Gentiles. The captain general went ashore every day to hear Mass, to which there came many of the new Christians, to whom he explained various points of our religion. One day the queen came with all her state. She was preceded by 3 damsels, who carried in their hands 3 of her hats. She was dressed in black and white, with a large silk veil with gold stripes, which covered her head and shoulders. Very many women followed her, with their heads covered with a small veil, and a hat above that. The rest of their bodies and feet were naked, except a small wrapper of palm cloth, which covered their natural parts. Their hair fell flowing over their shoulders. The queen, after making a bow to the altar, sat upon a cushion of embroidered silk, and the captain sprinkled over her and some of her ladies rosewater and musk, a perfume which pleases the ladies of this country very much. The captain on that occasion approved of the gift which I had made to the queen of the image of the infant Jesus, and recommended her to put it in the place of her idols, because it was a remembrancer of the Son of God. She promised to do all this, and to keep it with much care. In order that the king might be more respected and obeyed, the captain general got him to come one day at the hour of Mass with his silk robe, and summoned his 2 brothers, one named Bondara, who was the father of the prince, and the other named Cadaro, and some of his chief men, whose names were Si Miut, Si Bueia, Si Sakai, Magalibe, and others whom it is unnecessary to name separately. And he made them all swear to be obedient to their king, whose hand they all of them kissed. He then asked the king to swear that he would always be obedient and faithful to the king of Spain, and he took the oath. Then the captain drew a sword before the image of the Virgin Mary, and said to the king that when such an oath had been taken by anyone, he should rather die than be wanting to his oath. After that, He himself promised to always be faithful to him, swearing by the image of Our Lady, by the life of the emperor his sovereign, and by the habit which he wore. He then made a present to the king of a velvet chair, and told him that wherever he went, he should always have it carried before him by some of his attendants, and showed him the way in which it should be carried. The king told the captain that he would do all this on account of the affection which he bore him, of which he wished to give him a token, preparing for that purpose some jewels to present to him. These were 2 rather large gold rings for the ears, 2 others for the arms, and 2 for the ankles, all of them adorned with precious stones. The finest ornaments of the kings of these countries consist in these rings, for otherwise they go naked and barefooted, with only a piece of cloth from the waist to the knees. The captain general, who had informed the king and all those who had been baptized of the obligation they were under of burning their idols, which they had promised to do, seeing that they retained them and made them offerings of meat, reproved them severely for it. They thought to excuse themselves sufficiently by saying that they did not do that now on their own account, but for a sick person, for the idols to restore him his health. This sick man was a brother of the prince, and was reputed to be the most valiant and wise man in the island, and his illness was so severe that for 4 days he had not spoken. Having heard this, the captain, seized with zeal for religion, said that if they had a true faith in Jesus Christ, they should burn all the idols, and the sick man should be baptized, and he would be immediately cured, of which he was so certain that he consented to lose his head if the miracle did not take place. The king promised that all this should be done, because he truly believed in Jesus Christ. Then we arranged, with all the pomp that was possible, a procession from the place to the house of the sick man. We went there and indeed found him unable to speak or to move. We baptized him with 2 of his wives and 10 girls. The captain then asked him how he felt, and he spoke at once and said that by the grace of our Lord he was well enough. This great miracle was done under our eyes. The captain, on hearing him speak, gave great thanks to God. He gave him a refreshing drink to take, and afterwards sent to his house a mattress, 2 sheets, a covering of yellow wool, and a cushion, and he continued to send him, until he was quite well, refreshing drinks of almonds, rosewater, brosoglio, and some sweet preserves. On the 5th day, the convalescent rose from his bed, and as soon as he could walk, he had burned in the presence of the king and all of the people an idol which some old women had concealed in his house. He also caused to be destroyed several temples constructed on the seashore, in which people were accustomed to eat the meat offered to the idols. The inhabitants applauded this, and shouting, "Castile, Castile," helped to throw them down, and declared that if God gave them life, they would burn all the idols they could find, even if they were in the king's own house. These idols are made of wood. They are concave or hollowed out behind. They have the arms and legs spread out, and the feet turned upwards. They have a large face, with 4 very large teeth, like those of a wild boar, and they are all painted. Since I have spoken of the idols, it may please your illustrious highness to have an account of the ceremony with which, in this island, they bless the pig. They begin by sounding some great drums, tamburi. Then they bring 3 large dishes. 2 are filled with cakes of rice and cooked millet, rolled up in leaves, and roast fish. In the 3rd are cambay claws and 2 strips of palm cloth. A cloth of cambay is spread out on the ground. Then 2 old women come, each of whom has in her hand a reed trumpet. They step upon the cloth and make an obeisance to the sun. They then clothe themselves with the above-mentioned cloths. The first of these puts on her head a handkerchief, which she ties on her forehead, so as to make 2 horns, and taking another handkerchief in her hand, dances and sounds her trumpet, and invokes the sun. The second old woman takes one of the strips of palm cloth and dances, and also sounds her trumpet. Thus they dance and sound their trumpets for a short space of time, saying several things to the sun. The first old woman then drops the handkerchief she has in her hand, and takes the other strip of cloth, and both together, sounding their trumpets, dance for a long time round the pig, which is bound on the ground. The first one always speaks in a low tone to the sun, and the second answers her. The second old woman then presents a cup of wine to the first, who, whilst they both continue their address to the sun, brings the cup 4 or 5 times near her mouth, as though going to drink, and meanwhile sprinkles the wine on the heart of the pig. She then gives up the cup and receives a lance, which she brandishes, whilst still dancing and reciting, and 4 or 5 times directs the lance at the pig's heart. At last, with a sudden and well-aimed blow, she pierces it through and through. She withdraws the lance from the wound, which is then closed and dressed with herbs. During the ceremony, a torch is always burning, and the old woman who pierced the pig takes and puts it out with her mouth. The other old woman dips the end of her trumpet in the pig's blood, and with it marks with blood the forehead of her husband and of her companions, and then of the rest of the people. But they did not come and do this to us. That done, the old women took off their robes and ate what was in the 2 dishes, inviting only women to join them. After that, they get the hair off the pig with fire. Only old women are able to consecrate the boar in this manner, and this animal is never eaten unless it is killed in this manner. Chapter 6. Here follows an account of a custom, for a description of which see Dr. Morga's Philippine Islands, page 304. When our people went on shore by day or by night, they always met with someone who invited them to eat and drink. They only half cook their victuals, and salt them very much, which makes them drink a great deal, and they drink much with reeds, sucking the wine from the vessels. Their repasts always last from 5 to 6 hours. When one of their chiefs dies, they always use the following funeral ceremonies, of which I was witness. The most respected women of the country come to the house of the deceased, in the midst of which lay the corpse in a chest, round which were stretched cords, after the manner of an enclosure, and many branches of trees were tied to these cords. A strip of cotton was fastened to each of these branches, like a pennant. Under these the women I have mentioned sat down, covered with white cotton cloth. Each of them had a damsel, who fanned her with a palm fan. The other women sat sadly round the room. Meanwhile, a woman cut off by degrees the hair of the dead man with a knife. Another, who had been his principal wife, lay extended on him, with her mouth, hands, and feet on the mouth, hands, and feet of the dead man. When the first woman cut off the hair, she wept, and when she stopped cutting, she sung. Round the room there were many vases of porcelain, with embers in them, on which, from time to time, they threw myrrh, storax, and benzoin, which gave out a good and strong smell in the room. These ceremonies last for 5 or 6 days, during which the corpse is kept in the house, and I believe that they anoint it with oil of camphor to preserve it. They afterwards put it in a chest, closed with wooden bolts, and place it in an enclosed place covered with logs of wood. The islanders told us that every evening, towards midnight, there used to come to the city a black bird of the size of a crow, which, perching on the houses, whistled and caused all the dogs to howl, and these double cries lasted 4 or 5 hours. They would never tell us the cause of that phenomenon, of which we also were witnesses. Friday, the 26th of April, Zula, who was one of the principal men or chiefs of the island of Matan, sent to the captain a son of his with 2 goats to make a present of them, and to say that if he did not do all that he had promised, the cause of that was another chief named Silapulapu, who would not in any way obey the King of Spain, and had prevented him from doing so, but that if the captain would send him the following night 1 boat full of men to give him assistance, he would fight and subdue his rival. On the receipt of this message, the captain decided to go himself with 3 boats. We entreated him not to go to this enterprise in person, but he, as a good shepherd, would not abandon his flock. We set out from Zubu at midnight. We were 60 men, armed with corselets and helmets. There were with us the Christian king, the prince, and some of the chief men, and many others divided among 20 or 30 balangai. We arrived at Matan 3 hours before daylight. The captain, before attacking, wished to attempt gentle means, and sent on shore the Moorish merchant to tell those islanders who were of the party of Silapulapu that if they would recognize the Christian king as their sovereign, and obey the King of Spain, and pay us the tribute which had been asked, the captain would become their friend. Otherwise, we should prove how our lances wounded. The islanders were not terrified. They replied that if we had lances, so also had they, although only of reeds and wood hardened with fire. They asked, however, that we should not attack them by night, but wait for daylight, because they were expecting reinforcements and would be in greater number. This they said with cunning, to excite us to attack them by night, supposing that we were ready. But they wished this because they had dug ditches between their houses and the beach, and they hoped that we should fall into them. We, however, waited for daylight. We then leapt into the water up to our thighs, for on account of the shallow water and the rocks, the boats would not come close to the beach, and we had to cross 2 good crossbow shots through the water before reaching it. We were 49 in number. The other 11 remained in charge of the boats. When we reached land, we found the islanders 1,500 in number, drawn up in 3 squadrons. They came down upon us with terrible shouts, 2 squadrons attacking us on the flanks, and the 3rd in front. The captain then divided his men in 2 bands. Our musketeers and crossbow men fired for half an hour from a distance, but did nothing, since the bullets and arrows, though they passed through their shields made of thin wood, and perhaps wounded their arms, yet did not stop them. The captain shouted not to fire, but he was not listened to. The islanders, seeing that the shots of our guns did them little or no harm, would not retire, but shouted more loudly, and springing from one side to the other to avoid our shots. They at the same time drew nearer to us, throwing arrows, javelins, spears hardened in fire, stones, and even mud, so that we could hardly defend ourselves. Some of them cast lances pointed with iron at the captain general. He then, in order to disperse this multitude and to terrify them, sent some of our men to set fire to their houses, but this rendered them more ferocious. Some of them ran to the fire, which consumed 20 or 30 houses, and there killed 2 of our men. The rest came down upon us with greater fury. They perceived that our bodies were defended, but that the legs were exposed, and they aimed at them principally. The captain had his right leg pierced by a poisoned arrow, on which account he gave orders to retreat by degrees. But almost all our men took to precipitate flight, so that there remained hardly 6 or 8 of us with him. We were oppressed by the lances and stones which the enemy hurled at us, and we could make no more resistance. The bombards which we had in the boats were of no assistance to us, for the shoal water kept them too far from the beach. We went thither, retreating little by little, and still fighting, and we had already got to the distance of a crossbow shot from the shore, having the water up to our knees, the islanders following and picking up again the spears which they had already cast, and they threw the same spear 5 or 6 times. As they knew the captain, they aimed specially at him, and twice they knocked the helmet off his head. He, with a few of us, like a good knight, remained at his post without choosing to retreat further. Thus we fought for more than an hour, until an Indian succeeded in thrusting a cane lance into the captain's face. He then, being irritated, pierced the Indian's breast with his lance, and left it in his body, and trying to draw his sword, he was unable to draw it more than halfway on account of a javelin wound which he had received in the right arm. The enemy, seeing this, all rushed against him, and one of them, with a great sword, like a great scimitar, gave him a great blow on the left leg, which brought the captain down on his face. Then the Indians threw themselves upon him, and ran him through with lances and scimitars, and all the other arms which they had, so that they deprived of life our mirror, light, comfort, and true guide. Whilst the Indians were thus overpowering him, several times he turned round toward us to see if we were all in safety, as though his obstinate fight had no other object than to give an opportunity for the retreat of his men. We who fought to extremity, and who were covered with wounds, seeing that he was dead, proceeded to the boats which were on the point of going away. This fatal battle was fought on the 27th of April of 1521, on a Saturday, a day which the captain had chosen himself, because he had a special devotion to it. There perished with him 8 of our men and 4 of the Indians who had become Christians. We had also many wounded, amongst whom I must reckon myself. The enemy lost only 15 men. He died, but I hope that your illustrious Highness will not allow his memory to be lost, so much the more since I see revived in you the virtue of so great a captain, since one of his principal virtues was constance in the most adverse fortune. In the midst of the sea, he was able to endure hunger better than we. Most versed in nautical charts, he knew better than any other the true art of navigation, of which it is a certain proof that he knew by his genius and his intrepidity, without anyone having given him the example, how to attempt the circuit of the globe, which he had almost completed. The Christian king could indeed have given us aid, and would have done so, but our captain, far from foreseeing that which happened when he landed with his men, had charged him not to come out of his balangay, wishing that he should stay there to see how we fought. When he knew how the captain had died, he wept bitterly for him. In the afternoon, the king himself, with our consent, sent to tell the inhabitants of Matan that if they would give up to us the body of our captain and of our other companions who were killed in this battle, we would give them as much merchandise as they might wish for. But they answered that on no account would they ever give up that man, but they wished to preserve him as a monument of their triumph. When the death of the captain was known, those who were in the city to trade had all the merchandise at once transported to the ships. We then elected in the place of the captain Duarte Barbosa, a Portuguese and a relation of the captain's, and Juan Serrano, a Spaniard. Our interpreter, who was a slave of the captain general and was named Henry, having been slightly wounded in the battle, would not go ashore any more for the things which we required, but remained all day idle and wrapped up in his mat, chiavina. Duarte Barbosa, the commander of the flagship, found fault with him and told him that though his master was dead, he had not become free on that account, but that when we returned to Spain, he would return him to Doña Beatriz, the widow of the captain general. At the same time, he threatened to have him flogged if he did not go on shore quickly and do what was wanted for the service of the ships. The slave rose up and did as though he did not care much for these affronts and threats, and having gone on shore, he informed the Christian king that we were thinking of going away soon, but that if he would follow his advice, he might become master of all our goods and of the ships themselves. The king of Zebu listened favorably to him, and they arranged to betray us. After that, the slave returned on board and showed more intelligence and attention than he had done before. Wednesday morning, the 1st of May, the Christian king sent to tell the two commanders that the jewels prepared as presents for the King of Spain were ready, and he invited them to come that same day to dine with him, with some of his most honored companions, and he would give them over to them. The commanders went with 24 others, and amongst them was our astrologer named San Martin of Seville. I could not go because I was swelled with a wound from the poisoned arrow in the forehead. Juan Carvalho, with the chief of police, who were also invited, turned back and said that they had suspected some bad business because they had seen the man who had recovered from illness by a miracle leading away the priest to his own house. They had hardly spoken these words when we heard great lamentations and cries. We quickly got up the anchors, and coming closer to the beach, we fired several shots with the cannon at the houses. Then there appeared on the beach Juan Serrano, hurt, wounded, and bound, who entreated us as loudly as he could not to fire any more, or else he would be massacred. We asked him what had become of his companions and the interpreter, and he said that all had been slain except the interpreter. He then entreated us to ransom him with some merchandise, but Juan Carvalho, although he was his gossip, or compadre, joined with some others, refused to do it, and they would not allow any boat to go ashore, so that they might remain masters of the ships. Serrano continued his entreaties and lamentations, saying that if we departed and abandoned him there, he would soon be killed. And after that he saw his lamentations were useless, he added that he prayed God to ask for an account of his life at the day of judgment from Juan Carvalho, his gossip. Notwithstanding, we sailed immediately, and I never heard any more news of him. In this island of Zebu, there are dogs and cats and other animals whose flesh is eaten. There's also rice, millet, panicum, and maize. There are also figs, oranges, lemons, sugar canes, cocoas, gourds, ginger, honey, and other such things. They also make palm wine of many qualities. Gold is abundant. The island is large and has a good port with 2 entrances, one to the west and the other to the east-northeast. It is in 10 degrees north latitude and 154 east longitude from the line of demarcation. In this island there are several towns, each of which has its principal men or chiefs. Here are the names of the towns and their chiefs. Singapola. Its chiefs are Silaton, Siguibucan, Simaninga, Simaticat, Sikanbul. Mandani. Its chief is Aponoaan. Lelan. Its chief is Teten. Lalutan. Its chief is Japau. Labusin. Its chief is Silumai. All these countries were in obedience to us and paid a kind of tribute. Near to Zubu there is, as we said, the island of Matan, the most considerable town of which is called Matan, and its chiefs are Zula and Silapulapu. The village which we burned on the occasion of the fatal battle is named Bulaia. In this island, before we lost our Captain General, we had news of Maluko. Departure from Cebu. When we were at a distance of 18 leagues from the island of Cebu, near the head of another island called Bohol, in the midst of that archipelago, seeing that our crews were too much reduced in number, so that they were not sufficient for managing all the 3 ships, we burned the Concepcion, after transporting into the other 2 all that it contained that was serviceable. We then took the south-southwest course, coasting along an island called Panalongon, now called Palau, where the people were as black as in Ethiopia. We then arrived at a large island, Butuan, the king of which, having come on board our ship in order to show that he made alliance with us and would be friendly, drew blood from his left hand and stained it with his breast, his face, and the tip of his tongue. We then did likewise, and when the king went away, I alone accompanied him on shore to see the island. We entered a river where we met many fishermen who presented some of their fish to the king. He then took off the cloth which covered his middle, and some of his chief men who were with him did the same, and then they all began to row and sing. Passing near many houses which were on the brink of the river, we arrived at 2 hours of the night, or 2 hours after nightfall, at the house of the king, which was 2 leagues from the mouth of the river where the ships were. When we reached the house, people came to meet us with many torches made of canes and palm leaves, full of the before-mentioned gum, called anime. Whilst supper was being got ready, the king, with 2 of his chiefs and 2 other handsome ladies, drank a large vase full of palm wine, without eating anything. I, excusing myself, saying that I had already supped, only drank once. In drinking they used the ceremony which I have already described in speaking of the king of Masava. Then the supper was brought, which consisted of rice and fish, very much salted, in porcelain dishes. Rice with them takes the place of bread. They cook it in the following manner, which is common to all these countries. They place inside an earthen pot like ours a large leaf which lines it all around internally. Then they put in the water and the rice and cover up the pot. They let it boil until the rice has taken the consistency of bread, and then they take it out in pieces. When the supper was over, the king had brought a cane mat, and a mat of palm leaf, with a cushion of leaves, and this was to be my bed. I slept there with one of his chiefs. The king with the 2 ladies went to sleep in another place. When it was day, whilst breakfast was being prepared, I went to take a turn in the island, and entered several houses, constructed like those of the neighboring islands. I saw there a good many utensils of gold, but very little victuals. I returned to the king's house, and we breakfasted with rice and fish. I succeeded in making the king understand by signs that I should like to see the queen, and he made a sign to me that he was content, and we set out together to the top of a hill under which her house was placed. I entered the house and made her an obeisance. She did likewise to me. I sat down by the side of her. She was weaving a palm mat to sleep upon. Throughout her house were seen porcelain vases suspended to the walls, and 4 metal tymbals, of which one was very large, another of middle size, and 2 small ones, and she amused herself by playing on them. There were many male and female slaves for her service. We asked leave and returned to the king's house, who immediately ordered a refreshment of sugar canes. After midday, as I wished to return to the ships, the king, with the other chief men of the island, desired to accompany me in the same balangai, going by the same river. On its right bank I saw on an eminence 3 men hanging to a tree, the branches of which had been cut off. I asked of the king what those unhappy people were. He answered me that they were malefactors and thieves. These people go naked like their neighbors. In this island are found pigs, goats, fowls, rice, ginger, and other things which were common to the islands named before. That which is most abundant is gold. They showed me certain valleys, making signs that there was more gold there than hairs on the head, but that as they had not iron to dig it out, it required great labor to acquire it, and which they did not choose to undergo. The king is named Raja Kalanao. This part of the island, called Chipet, is the same land as Butuan and Calagon. It passes above Bohol and borders on Masava. Its port is good enough. It is in 8 degrees north latitude and 167 degrees of longitude from the line of demarcation. It is 50 leagues distance from Cebu. Towards the northwest is the island of Luzon, which is at 2 days' distance, a large island to which come to trade every year 6 or 8 junks of the people called Lequi. On leaving this place and taking our course between west and southwest, we touched at an almost uninhabited island, which afterwards we learned was named Cagayan. The few people there are Moors, who have been banished from an island called Berne, or Borneo. They go naked like the others, and carry blowpipes with small quivers at their sides full of arrows, and an herb with which they poison them. They have daggers with hilts adorned with gold and precious stones, lances, bucklers, and small cuirasses of buffalo's hide. These people took us for something divine or holy. There are some very large trees in this island, but little victuals. It is in 7 degrees 30 minutes north latitude and 43 leagues from Chipet. Chapter 7. Continuing our voyage, we changed our course to between west and northwest, and after running 25 leagues, we arrived at a large island, which we found well provided with victuals, and it was great good fortune for us, since we were so reduced by hunger and so badly supplied, that we were several times on the point of abandoning the ships and establishing ourselves on some land in order to live. In this island, which we learned was named Palaoan, we found pigs, goats, fowls, yams, bananas of various kinds, some of which are half a cubit long and as thick as the arm, others are only a span long, and others are still smaller, and these are the best. They have coconuts, sugar canes, and certain roots like turnips. They cook rice under the fire in bamboo canes or wooden vessels, and it keeps longer than that cooked in earthen pots. They draw from the rice with a kind of alembic, a wine that is better and stronger than the palm wine. In short, we found this island to be a promised land. We presented ourselves to the king, who contracted alliance and friendship with us, and to assure us of it, he asked for one of our knives, with which he drew blood from his breast, with which he touched his forehead and tongue. We repeated the same ceremony. The people of Palawan go naked like the other islanders. They almost all till their own fields. They have blowpipes, with thick arrows more than a span in length, with a point like that of a harpoon. Some have a point made with a fish bone, and others are of reed, poisoned with a certain herb. The arrows are not trimmed with feathers, but with a soft, light wood. At the foot of the blowpipe they bind a piece of iron, by means of which, when they have no more arrows, they wield the blowpipe like a lance. They like to adorn themselves with rings and chains of gimp, and with little bells, but above all they are fond of brass wire, with which they bind their fish hooks. They have some rather large domestic cocks, which, from some superstition, they do not eat, but they keep them for fighting. On such occasions they make bets and offer prizes, which are acquired by the owner of the conquering cock. Going from Palawan towards the southwest, after a run of 10 leagues, we reached another island. Whilst coasting it, it seemed in a certain manner to go forward, that is to say, to move against the stream on account of the contrary currents. We coasted it for a distance of fully 50 leagues, until we found a port. We had hardly reached the port when the heavens were darkened, and the lights of St. Elmo appeared on our masts. The next day the king of that island sent a prahu to the ships. It was very handsome, with its prow and stern ornamented with gold. On the bow fluttered a white and blue flag, with a tuft of peacock's feathers at the top of the staff. There were in the prahu some people playing on pipes and drums, and many other persons. 2 almadias followed the prahu. These are fishermen's boats, and a prahu is a kind of fusta. 8 old men of the chiefs of the island came into the ships, and sat down upon the carpet on the poop, and presented a painted wooden vase full of betel and erica, fruits which they constantly chew, with orange and jessamine flowers, and covered over with a cloth of yellow silk. They also gave 2 cages full of fowls, 2 goats, 3 vessels full of wine, distilled from rice, and some bundles of sugar cane. They did the same to the other ship, and embracing us, they departed. Their rice wine is clear like water, but so strong that many of our men were intoxicated. They call it Iraq. 6 days later the king again sent 3 very ornamented prahus, which came playing pipes and drums and cymbals, and going round the ships. Their crews saluted us with their cloth caps, which hardly cover the tops of their heads. We saluted them, firing the bombards without stones. Then they made us a present of various victuals, but all made with rice, either wrapped in leaves in the form of a long cylinder, or in the shape of a sugar loaf, or in the shape of a cake, with eggs and honey. They then said that their king was well pleased that we should make provisions here of wood and water, and that we might traffic at our pleasure with the islanders. Having heard this, 7 of us entered one of the prahus, taking with us presents for the king and for some of his court. The present intended for the king consisted in a Turkish coat of green velvet, a chair of violet-colored velvet, 5 ells of red cloth, a cap, a gilt goblet, and a vase of glass, with its cover, 3 packets of paper, and a gilt pen and ink case. We took for the Queen 3 ells of yellow cloth, a pair of slippers ornamented with silver, and a silver case full of pins. For the king's governor or minister, 3 ells of red cloth, a cap, and a gilt goblet. And for the herald who had come in the prahu, a coat of the Turkish fashion, of red and green colors, a cap, and a packet of paper. For the other 7 chief men who had come with him, we prepared presents, for one cloth, for another a cap, and for each a packet of paper. Having made these preparations, we entered the prahu and departed. When we arrived at the city, we were obliged to wait about 2 hours in the prahu until there came thither 2 elephants covered with silk and 12 men, each of whom carried a porcelain vase covered with silk for conveying and wrapping up our presents. We mounted the elephants, and those 12 men preceded us, carrying the vases with our presents. We went as far as the house of the governor, who gave us supper with many sorts of viands. There we slept through the night on mattresses filled with cotton and covered with silk, with sheets of Cambay stuff. On the following morning we remained doing nothing in the house till midday, and after that we set out for the king's palace. We were again mounted upon the elephants, and the men with the presents preceded us as before. From the governor's house to that of the king, all the streets were full of men armed with swords, spears, and bucklers, the king having so commanded. We entered the palace, still mounted upon the elephants. We then dismounted and ascended a staircase, accompanied by the governor and some of the chief men, and entered a large room full of courtiers, whom we should call the barons of the kingdom. There we sat upon a carpet, and the vases with the presents were placed near us. At the end of this hall there was another, a little higher, but not so large, all hung with silk stuffs, among which there were 2 curtains of brocade hung up, and leaving open 2 windows, which gave light to the room. There were placed 300 men of the king's guard with naked daggers in their hands, which they held on their thighs. At the end of this second hall was a great opening, covered with a curtain of brocade, and on this being raised, we saw the king sitting at a table with a little child of his, chewing betel. Behind him there were only women. Then one of the chief men informed us that we could not speak to the king, but that if we wished to convey anything to him, we were to say it to him, and he would say it to a chief or courtier of higher rank, who would lay it before a brother of the governor, who was in the smaller room, and then, by means of a blowpipe placed in a fissure in the wall, would communicate our thoughts to a man who was near the king, and from him the king would understand them. He taught us, meanwhile, to make 3 obeisances to the king, with the hands joined above the head, raising first one, then the other foot, and then to kiss the hands to him. This is the royal obeisance. Then, by the mode which had been indicated to us, we gave him to understand that we belonged to the King of Spain, who wished to be in peace with him, and wished for nothing else than to be able to trade with his island. The king caused an answer to be given, that he was most pleased that the King of Spain was his friend, and that we could take wood and water in his states and traffic according to our pleasure. That done, we offered the presents, and at each thing which they gave to him, he made a slight inclination with his head. To each of us was then given some brocade, with cloth of gold, and some silk, which they placed upon one of our shoulders. and then took away to take care of them. A collation of cloves and cinnamon was then served to us, and after that the curtains were drawn and the windows closed. All the men who were in the palace had their middles covered with cloth of gold and silk. They carried in their hands daggers with gold hilts, adorned with pearls and precious stones, and they had many rings on their fingers. We again mounted the elephants and returned to the house of the governor. 7 men preceded us there, carrying the presents made to us, and when we reached the house, they gave to each one of us what was for him, putting it on our left shoulder, as had been done in the king's palace. To each of these 7 men we gave a pair of knives in recompense for their trouble. Afterwards there came 9 men to the governor's house, sent by the king, with as many large wooden trays, in each of which were 10 or 12 china dishes with the flesh of various animals, such as veal, capons, fowls, peacocks, and others, with various sorts of fish, so that only of flesh there were 30 or 32 different viands. We supped on the ground on a palm mat. At each mouthful we drank a little china cup of the size of an egg, full of the distilled liquor of rice. We then ate some rice and some things made of sugar, using gold spoons made like ours. In the place in which we passed the 2 nights, there were 2 candles of white wax always burning, placed on high chandeliers of silver, and 2 oil lamps with 4 wicks each. 2 men kept watch there to take care of them. The next morning we came upon the same elephants to the seashore, where there were 2 prahus ready, in which we were to be taken back to the ships. This city is entirely built on foundations in the salt water, except the houses of the king and some of the princes. It contains 25,000 fires or families. The houses are all of wood, placed on great piles to raise them high up. When the tide rises, the women go in boats through the city selling provisions and necessaries. In front of the king's house there is a wall made of great bricks with barbicans like forts, upon which were 56 bombards of metal and 6 of iron. They fired many shots from them during the 2 days that we passed in the city. The king to whom we presented ourselves is a Moor, and is named Raja Siripada. He is about 40 years of age and is rather corpulent. No one serves him except ladies who are the daughters of the chiefs. No one speaks to him except by means of the blowpipe, as has been described above. He has 10 scribes who write down his affairs on thin bark of trees, and are called chiritoles, or chiritatules, writers of narratives. He never goes out of his house except to go hunting. On Monday, the 29th of July, we saw coming towards us more than 100 prahus, divided into 3 squadrons, and as many tungulis, which are their smaller kind of boats. At this sight, and fearing treachery, we hurriedly set sail and left behind an anchor in the sea. Our suspicions increased when we observed that behind us were certain junks which had come the day before. Our first operation was to free ourselves from the junks, against which we fired, capturing 4 and killing many people. 3 or 4 other junks went aground in escaping. In one of those which we captured was a son of the king of the Isle of Luzon, who was captain general of the king of Burney, and who was coming with the junks from the conquest of a great city named Laoe, situated on a headland of this island opposite Java Major. He had made this expedition and sacked that city because its inhabitants wished rather to obey the king of Java than the Moorish king of Burney. The Moorish king, having heard of the ill treatment by us of his junks, hastened to send to say, by means of one of our men who was still on shore to traffic, that those vessels had not come to do any harm to us, but were going to make war against the Gentiles, in proof of which they showed us some of the heads of those they had slain. Hearing this, we sent to tell the king that if it was so, that he should allow 2 of our men who were still on shore, with a son of our pilot, Juan Carvalho, to come to the ships. This son of Carvalho's had been born during his first residence in the country of Brazil. But the king would not consent. Juan Carvalho was thus specially punished, for without communicating the matter to us, in order to obtain a large sum of gold, as we learned later, he had given his liberty to the captain of the junks. If he had detained him, the king Siripada would have given anything to get him back, that captain being exceedingly dreaded by the Gentiles, who are the most hostile to the Moorish king. And with respect to that, it is well to know and understand that in the same port where we were, beyond the city of the Moors of which I have spoken, there is another inhabited by Gentiles, larger than this one, and also built in the salt water. So great is the enmity between the 2 nations that every day there occurs strife. The king of the Gentiles is as powerful as the king of the Moors, but he is not so proud, and it seems that it would not be so difficult to introduce the Christian religion into his country. The Portuguese introduced Christianity into this country, which lasted until 1590. Now the Gentiles have been obliged to abandon the seacoast and have retired to the mountains. As we could not get back our men, we retained on board 16 of the chiefs and 3 ladies whom we had taken on board the junks to take them to Spain. We had destined the ladies for the queen, but Juan Carvalho kept them for himself. The Moors of Bernay go naked like the other islanders. They esteem quicksilver very much, and swallow it. They pretend that it preserves the health of those who are well, and that it cures the sick. They venerate Mohammed, and follow his law. They do not eat pig's flesh. With their right hand they wash their face, but do not wash their teeth with their fingers. They are circumcised like the Jews. They never kill goats or fowls without first speaking to the sun. They cut off the ends of the wings of fowls and the skin under their feet, and then split them in 2. They do not eat any animal which has not been killed by themselves. In this island is produced camphor, a kind of balsam which exudes from between the bark and the wood of the tree. These drops are small as grains of bran. If it is left exposed, by degrees it is consumed. Here it is called caper. Here is found also cinnamon, ginger, myrabolans, oranges, lemons, sugar canes, melons, gourds, cucumbers, cabbage, onions. There are also many animals, such as elephants, horses, buffaloes, pigs, goats, fowls, geese, crows, and others. They say that the king of Bernay has 2 pearls as large as a hen's egg, and so perfectly round that if placed on a smooth table, they cannot be made to stand still. When we took him the presents, I made signs to him that I desired to see them, and he said that he would show them to me, but he did not do so. On the following day, some of the chief men told me that they had indeed seen them. The money which the Moors use in this country is of metal, brass or bronze, and pierced for stringing together. On one side only it has 4 signs, which are 4 letters of the great king of China. They call it pieces, or pitis, a small coin 600 to $1 at auction. For 1 cathel, a weight equal to 2 of our pounds, of quicksilver, they gave us 6 porcelain dishes. For a cathel of metal, they gave 1 small porcelain vase, and a large vase for 3 knives. For a hand of paper, they gave 100 pieces. a bahar of wax, which is 203 cathals, for 160 cathals of bronze. For 80 cathals, a bahar of salt. For 40 cathals, a bahar of anime, a gum which they use to caulk ships, for in these countries they have no pitch. 20 tabel make a cathal. The merchandise which is most esteemed here is bronze, quicksilver, cinnabar, glass, woolen stuffs, linens, but above all they esteem iron and spectacles. Since I saw such use made of porcelain, I got some information respecting it, and I learned that it is made with a kind of very white earth, which is left underground for fully 50 years to refine it, so that they are in the habit of saying that the father buries it for his son. It is said that if poison is put into a vessel of fine porcelain, it breaks immediately. The junks mentioned several times above are their largest vessels, and they are constructed in this manner. The lower part of the ships and the sides, to a height of 2 spans above waterline, are built with planks joined together with wooden bolts, and they are well enough put together. The upper works are made of very large canes, which project outside for a counterpoise. One of these junks carries as much cargo as our ships. The masts are of bamboo and the sails of bark of trees. This island is so large that to sail around it with a prahu would require 3 months. It is in 5 degrees 15 minutes north latitude and 176 degrees 40 minutes of longitude from the line of demarcation. Chapter 8. On leaving this island, we returned backwards to look for a convenient place for caulking our ships, which were leaking, and one of them, through the negligence of the pilot, struck on a shoal near an island named Babylon. But by the help of God we got her off. We also ran another great danger, for a sailor, in snuffing a candle, threw the lighted wick into a chest of gunpowder. But he was so quick in picking it out that the powder did not catch fire. On our way we saw 4 prahus. We took one laden with coconuts on its way to Burney, but the crew escaped to a small island, and the other 3 prahus escaped behind some other small islands. Between the northern cape of Burney and the island named Simbonbon, situated in 8 degrees 7 minutes north latitude, there is a very convenient port for refitting ships, and we entered it. But as we were wanting many things necessary for our work, we had to spend there 42 days. Each one worked at one thing or another according to the best of his knowledge or ability, but our greatest labor was going to get wood in the thickets, as the ground was covered with briars and thorny shrubs, and we had no shoes. In this island there are some very large wild boars. Whilst we were in a boat, we killed one, which was crossing from one island to another. Its head was 2½ spans long, and its tusks were exceedingly long. There also are crocodiles. Those of the land are larger than those of the seacoast. There are oysters and very large turtles. Of these we caught 2. The flesh alone of one of them weighed 20 pounds, and of the other 44 pounds. We caught a kind of fish with a head like that of a pig, which had 2 horns. Its body was covered with bone, and on its back it had a kind of saddle. This was a small one. In this island also are found certain trees, the leaves of which, when they fall, are animated and walk. They are like the leaves of the mulberry tree, but not so long, and they have the leaf stalk short and pointed, and near the leaf stalk they have on each side 2 feet. If they are touched, they escape, but if crushed, they do not give out blood. I kept one for 9 days in a box. When I opened it, the leaf went round the box. I believe they live upon air." Other travelers have seen similar leaves, and being more versed in natural history than our Pigafetta, soon knew that the motion of these leaves came from the insect which lived inside. The island in which we were is called Pulaoan. On leaving this island, that is to say, the port which is at the extremity of it, we met a junk which was coming from Borneo. We made signals to it to strike its sails, but as it would not obey, we overtook it, captured, and pillaged it. It had on board the governor of Pulaoan, with a son and a brother of his. We made them all prisoners and put them to ransom, to give within 7 days 400 measures of rice, 20 pigs, as many goats, and 450 fowls. They caused all this to be given to us, and besides added spontaneously coconuts, figs, sugar canes, and vessels full of palm wine. We, in consequence of his generosity, restored to him some of his daggers and arquebuses. We also gave him a flag, a garment of yellow damask, and 15 ells of linen. We gave to his son a cloak of blue cloth, and to his brother a garment of green cloth, and to the others other things, and we parted good friends. We turned backwards, passing between the island of Cagayan and the port of Sipet, in the Isle of Mindanao, taking a course east and a quarter southwest to seek the islands of Malucco. We passed between certain little mountains, or islets, around which we found many weeds, although there was a great depth. Passing between these islets, it seemed that we were in another sea. Having left Sipet to the east, we saw to the west 2 islands called Zolo or Sulu, and Tagima, now named Basilan, near which islands pearls are found. The 2 pearls of the King of Burney, of which I have spoken, were found there, and this is the manner in which he obtained them, according to the account which was given me of it. The King of Burney married a daughter of the King of Zolo, who told him that her father had these 2 big pearls. He desired to have them, and decided on getting them by any means, and one night he set out with 500 prahus full of armed men, and went to Zolo, and took the king with his 2 sons, and brought them to Burney, and did not restore them to liberty until they gave him the 2 pearls. Continuing our course east and a quarter northeast, we passed near 2 inhabited places called Cavite and Subanan, and passed near an island called Monoripa, 10 leagues distant from the before-mentioned islets. The inhabitants of this island always live in their vessels and have no houses on shore. In these 2 districts of Cavite and Subanan, which are situated in the same island, Mindanao, as that in which are Bhutan and Calagan, the best cinnamon of any grows. If we could have remained here only 2 days, we could have laden the ships with it, but we did not wish to lose time, but to profit by the favorable wind, for we had to double a cape and some islets which were around it. Wherefore, remaining under sail, we made a little barter and obtained 17 pounds of cinnamon for 2 big knives, which we had taken from the governor of Pulaoan. Having seen the cinnamon tree, I can give some description of it. It is a small tree, not more than 3 or 4 cubits high, and of the thickness of a man's finger, and it has not got more than 3 or 4 little branches. Its leaf is like that of the laurel. The cinnamon for use, which comes to us, is its bark, which is gathered twice in the year. Its wood and leaves, when they are green, have the taste and force of the bark itself. Here it is called cane mana, since cane means wood, and mana sweet. Having set the head of the ship to northeast, we made for a large city named Maguindanao, situated in the same island in which are Butuan and Calagan, in order to get precise information of the position of Maluku. Following this course, we took possession of a bignede, a vessel similar to a prahu, and being obliged to have recourse to force and violence, we killed 7 out of 18 men who formed the crew. These men were better made and more robust than all those we had seen hitherto, and they were all chief men of Mindanao. There was among them a brother of the king, who said that he well knew where Maluku was. Afterwards, following his indications, we left the northeast course which we held, and took a southeast course. We were then in 6 degrees 7 minutes north latitude, and 30 leagues distant from Cavite. We were told that at a cape of this island, near to a river, there are men who are rather hairy, great warriors, and good archers, armed with swords a span broad. When they make an enemy prisoner, they eat his heart only, and they eat it raw with the juice of oranges or lemons. This cape is called Benaian. Making for the southeast, we found 4 islands, named Siboko, Birabambatolac, Sarangani, and Kandagar. Saturday, the 26th of October, about nightfall, whilst coasting the island of Birabambatolac, we met with a very great storm, before which we lowered all our sails and betook ourselves to prayer. Then our 3 saints appeared upon the mast, and dispersed the darkness. St. Elmo stood for more than 2 hours at the mainmast head like a flame, St. Nicholas at the head of the foremast, and Santa Clara on the mizzenmast. In gratitude for their assistance, we promised a share to each of the saints, and we gave to each an offering. Continuing our voyage, we entered a port between the 2 islands, Sarangani and Kandagar, and cast anchor to the east, near a village of Sarangani, where pearls and gold are found. This port is in 5 degrees 9 minutes north latitude, and 50 leagues from Cavite. The inhabitants are Gentiles, and go naked like the others. Having remained here a day, we compelled by force 2 pilots to come with us to show the way to Maluku. We were directed to take a south-southwest course, and passed between 8 islands, partly inhabited, partly uninhabited, which formed a kind of street. These were named Shiava, Kaviao, Kabiao, Kamanuka, Kabaluzao, Chiai, Lipan, and Nunza. At the end of these we reached an island which was very beautiful, named Sangir. But having a contrary wind, which did not allow us to double the cape, we tacked about backwards and forwards near it. On this occasion, profiting by the darkness of the night, one of the pilots whom we had caught at Sarangani, and with him the brother of the king of Mindanao, with his little son, escaped by swimming and reached that island. But we learned later that the son, not being able to hold on well to his father's shoulders, was drowned. Seeing that it was impossible to double the head of this island, we passed below it, where we saw many small islands. This large island has 4 kings, whose names are Raja Matandatu, Raja Laga, Raja Bapti, and Raja Parabu. These are Gentiles. It is in 3 degrees 30 minutes north latitude, and 27 leagues from Sarangani. Continuing our course in the same direction, we passed near 5 islands, named Chioma, Karachita, Para, Zangalura, and Sian. This last is 10 leagues distant from Sangir. In this island there is a rather high mountain, but not one of great extent. Its king is named Raja Ponto. We came next to the island of Paganzara, which has 3 high mountains, and in it the king is Raja Babintan. We saw at 12 leagues to the east of Paganzara another island, Talant, and also 2 islands, not large but inhabited, called Zoar and Mian. Wednesday, the 6th of November, having passed beyond these 2 islands, we discovered 4 other rather high islands at a distance of 14 leagues towards the east. The pilot who had remained with us told us those were the Molucco Islands, for which we gave thanks to God, and to comfort ourselves we discharged all our artillery. It need not cause wonder that we were so much rejoiced, since we had passed 27 months, less 2 days, always in search of Molucco, wandering for that object among the immense number of islands. But I must say that near all these islands, the least depth that we found was 100 fathoms, for which reason attention is not to be given to all that the Portuguese have spread, according to whom the islands of Molucco are situated in seas which cannot be navigated on account of the shoals and the dark and foggy atmosphere. Friday, the 8th November of 1521, 3 hours before sunset, we entered a port of the island called Tidore, and having gone near the shore, we cast anchor in 20 fathoms, and discharged all our artillery. Next day the king came to the ships in a prahu, and went round them. We went to meet him with a boat to show him honor, and he made us enter his prahu and sit near him. He was sitting under a silk umbrella which sheltered him. In front of him was his son with the royal scepter. There were also 2 men with gold vases to give him water for his hands, and 2 others with gilt caskets full of betel. The king gave us a welcome, and said that a long time back he had dreamed that some ships were coming to Molucco from distant countries, and that to assure himself with respect to this, he had examined the moon, and he had seen that they were really coming, and that indeed they were our ships. After that he came on board our ships, and we all kissed his hand. We then conducted him to the poop, but he, in order to avoid stooping, would not enter the cabin except by the upper opening. We made him sit down on a chair of red velvet, and placed on him a Turkish robe of yellow velvet. In order to do him more honor, we sat down before him on the ground. When he had heard who we were, and what was the object of our voyage, he said that he and all his people were well content to be the most faithful friends and vassals of the King of Spain, that he received us in this island as his own sons, that we might go on shore and remain there as in our own houses, and that his island for the future should not be named Tidore, but Castile, in proof of the great love he bore to the king our master. Then we presented to him the chair on which he sat, and the robe which we had put on him, a piece of fine linen, 4 ells of scarlet cloth, a robe of brocade, a cloth of yellow damask, a piece of the whitest Cambay linen, 2 caps, 6 strings of glass beads, 12 knives, 3 large mirrors, 6 scissors, 6 combs, some gilt goblets, and other things. We gave to his son an Indian cloth of gold and silk, a large mirror, a cap, and 2 knives. To each of the 9 chief men of his suite we made a present of a piece of silk, a cap, and 2 knives, and to many others of his suite we made a present, to one of a cap, to another of a knife, until the king told us not to give any more presents. He then said that he had got nothing worthy to be sent as a present to our king, unless he sent himself, now that he considered him as his lord. He invited us to come closer to the city, and if anyone attempted to come on board the ships at night, he told us to fire upon him with our guns. He came out of the stern cabin by the same way by which he had entered it, without ever bending his head. At his departure, we fired all the cannon. This king is a Moor, of about 45 years of age, rather well made and of a handsome presence. He is a very great astrologer. His dress consisted of a shirt of very fine white stuff, with the ends of the sleeves embroidered with gold, and a wrapper which came down from his waist almost to the ground. He was barefooted. Round his head he had a silk veil, and over that a garland of flowers. He is named Raja Sultan Manzoor. On the 10th of November, a Sunday, we had another conversation with the king, who wished to know how long a time we had been absent from Spain, and what pay and what rations the king gave to each of us, and we told him all this. He asked us for a signature of the king and a royal standard, since he desired that both his island of Tidor and also that of Ternate, where he intended to have his nephew, named Kalanogapi, crowned king, should become subject to the king of Spain, for whose honor he would fight to the death, and if it should happen that he should be compelled to give way, he would take refuge in Spain with all his family, in a new junk which he was having constructed, and would take with him the royal signature and standard. He begged us to leave with him some of our men, who would always keep alive his recollection of us and of our king, as he would more esteem having some of us with him than our merchandise, which would not last him a long time. Seeing our eagerness to take clothes on board, he said that for that purpose he would go to an island called Bakian, where he hoped to find as much of them as were wanted, since in his land there was not a quantity sufficient of dry clothes to load the 2 ships. On that day there was no traffic because it was Sunday. The holiday of these people is on Friday. It may please your illustrious lordship to have some description of the islands where the cloves grow. They are 5: Ternate, Tador, Mutir, Makian, and Bakian. Ternate is the principal island. Its king, whilst he lived, had almost entire dominion over the other 4. Tidor, the island in which we were, has its own king. Mutir and Makian have no king, but are governed by the people. And when the kings of Ternate and Tidor are at war, they furnish them with combatants. The last is Bakian, and it has a king. All this province in which the cloves grow is called Malucco. When we arrived here, 8 months had not elapsed since a certain Portuguese, Francisco Serrano, had died in Ternate. He was captain general of the king of Ternate when he was making war on the king of Tidor, and he acted so strenuously that this king was compelled to give his daughter in marriage to the king of Ternate, who also received as hostages almost all the sons of the chief men of Tidor. Peace was then made, and from that daughter was born the nephew, Kalanopagi, of whom I have spoken. But the king of Tidor never forgave Serrano in his heart, and he, having come several years later to Tidor to traffic in cloves, the king had him poisoned with some betel leaves, so that he survived hardly 4 days. The king of Ternate wished to have him buried according to their own usage, but 3 Christian servants that Serrano had with him did not consent to it. In dying, he left a little son and a little girl that he had of a lady he had taken in Java Major, and 200 bahars of cloves. Francisco Serrano was a great friend and a relation of our unfortunate Captain General, and he it was who induced him to undertake that voyage, for when Magellan was at Malacca, he had several times learned by letters from Serrano that he was here. Therefore, when D. Manuel, King of Portugal, refused to increase his pension by a single testun per month, an increase which he thought he had well deserved, he came to Spain and made the proposal to his Sacred Majesty to come here by way of the west, and he obtained all that he asked for. 10 days after the death of Serrano, the King of Ternate, named Raja Abulis, drove out from his kingdom his son-in-law, the King of Bachian, whose wife, the daughter of the King of Ternate, came to Ternate under the pretext of concluding peace, and gave him, her father, such a poison that he only survived 2 days, and dying left 9 sons, whose names were told to me as follows: Cochili, Momuli, Jadorvungi, Cecili de Roy, Sili Manzur, Sili Pagi, Chialin Chechelin, Kataravajeku, Serich, and Kalanopagi. Monday, the 11th of November, Cecili de Roy, one of the above-mentioned sons of the King of Ternate, came with 2 prahus to the ships, sounding drums. He was dressed in red velvet. We learned that he had near him the widow and sons of Francisco Serrano. When we knew him, being aware that he was an enemy of the King of Tador, we sent to ask him whether we might receive him in the ships, which, as we were in his port, we would not do without his consent. The king sent us word to do whatever we pleased, but meantime Cecili de Roy, seeing our hesitation, had some suspicion, and moved further off from the ships. We then went to him in a boat, and made him a present of an Indian cloth of gold and silk, with some looking-glasses, knives, scissors, etc. These things he accepted, but disdainfully, and soon after departed. He had with him an Indian who had become Christian, named Manuel, the servant of a certain Pedro Alfonso de la Rosa, a Portuguese, who, after the death of Serrano, had come from Bandan to Ternate. Manuel, being able to speak Portuguese, came on board the ships, and told us that, although the sons of the King of Ternate were enemies to the King of Tador, yet they were disposed toward the service of Spain. Then, by means of him, we wrote to de la Rosa to come to our ships without any suspicion or fear. These kings have as many ladies as they please, but only one is the principal wife, and all the others are subject to her. The King of Tador had a large house outside the city, where there were 200 of the ladies he was most fond of, and as many more to serve them. The king eats alone, or with his principal wife, on a kind of raised dais, from which he can see all the others sitting around, and he decides upon the one who most pleases him to come to him. When the king's dinner is finished, the ladies all eat together, if he permits it, or else each one goes to eat in her own room. No one, without special permission from the king, can see those ladies, and if anybody by day or night were found near their house, he would be killed immediately. Each family is bound to give 1 or 2 daughters to the king. Raja Sultan Mansur had 26 children, of whom 8 were boys and 18 girls. In the island of Tador there is a kind of bishop, and the one that was there in our time had 40 ladies and very many children. On Tuesday, the 12th of November, the king had a house built in the city for our merchandise, and it was built in 1 day. Thither we carried all that we had to barter, and placed it in the custody of 3 of our men, and the trade began at once. It was carried out in this manner. For 10 ells of red cloth, of pretty good quality, they gave a bahar of cloves. A bahar is 4 quintals, or hundredweights, and 6 pounds. For 15 ells of middling quality, a bahar. For 15 hatchets, a bahar. For 35 glass cups, a bahar. And the king in this manner had from us almost all our goblets. For 17 cathals of cinnabar, a bahar. The same for as much quicksilver. For 26 ells of common linen, a bahar, and the same for 25 ells of finer linen. For 150 knives, a bahar. For 50 scissors, a bahar. For 40 caps, a bahar. For 10 Gujarat cloths, a bahar. For 3 of their symbols, 2 bahars. For a quintal of bronze, a bahar. Almost all our mirrors were broken, and the few that remained entire the king wished to have. Many of the above-mentioned goods had been obtained by us by the capture of the junks which I have related, and the haste we were in to return to Spain caused us to sell our goods at a lower price than we should have done had we not been in a hurry. Every day there came to the ships many boats laden with goats, fowls, plantains, coconuts, and other victuals, that it was a wonder to see. We supplied the ships with good water taken from a spring, whence it issued hot, but if it remains only 1 hour in the open air, it becomes very cold. They say that it comes out like that because it issues from the mountain of the cloves. It may be seen from this how those lied who said that fresh water had to be brought to Malucco from distant countries. The next day the king sent his son, named Mohasap, to the island of the Mutir for cloves, with which to freight our ships. We had spoken to the king that day of some Indians whom we had captured, and he entreated us to make a present of them to him, as he had the intention of sending them back to their native country, accompanied by 5 men of Tador, who, on restoring them to their country, would praise and commend the King of Spain, and make a good name for the Spaniards. We gave him the 3 ladies whom we had destined for the Queen, as had been said above, and all the men except those of Burney. He very much appreciated this gift. The king then asked another favor, that was, that we should kill all the pigs we had on board, for which he would give an ample compensation in fowls and goats. We gave him satisfaction in this, cutting their throats and hanging them up under the deck, so that the Moors should not have occasion to see them, since if by accident they see any pig, they cover their faces not to see it or perceive its smell. In the evening of the same day, Pedro Alfonso de la Rosa, the Portuguese, came in a prahu, but before he came on board the ships, the king sent to call him, and said to him that although he belonged to Ternate, he should take care not to answer falsely to the questions we were going to ask him. He, indeed, after coming on board, told us that he had come to India 16 years ago, and of these years he had passed 10 in Malucco, and it was just 10 years since those islands had been discovered by the Portuguese, who kept the discovery secret from us. He then related to us that a year less 15 days had elapsed since a large ship had come hither proceeding from Malacca, and had gone away laden with cloves, but that on account of the bad weather she had been obliged to remain some months at Bandam. He added that her captain was Tristan de Meneses, a Portuguese, from whom, on asking what news there was in Europe, he had heard that a squadron of 5 ships had sailed from Seville to discover Malucco in the name of the King of Spain, and that the captain of this squadron was Ferdinand Magellan, a Portuguese, for which reason the King of Portugal, being angry that a subject of his should attempt to do a thing so opposed to him, had sent some ships to the Cape of Good Hope and others to the Cape Santa Maria, where the cannibals are, to impede their passage, but they had not fallen in with them. Having learned later that Magellan had passed by another sea, and was making for Malucco by way of the west, he had written to his captain major of the Indies, named Diogo Lopez de Siguera, to send 6 ships to Malucco against the Spanish squadron. But the captain major, having at that time received information that the Grand Turk was planning an expedition against Malacca, was obliged to send against him 60 sails to the Straits of Mecca, in the country of Jeddah, where, however, they only found a few galleys which had grounded near the beautiful and strong city of Aden, and they set fire to them. This enterprise, added De la Rosa, had prevented the captain major from immediately sending an expedition against Magellan. But a little later he had sent to Malucco a great galleon with 2 rows of cannon, commanded by Francisco Faria, a Portuguese. But neither did this one come, for on account of the shoals and currents which are near Malacca, and the contrary winds, it was unable to pass that promontory, and was compelled to turn back. He also related that a few days before, a caravel with 2 junks had come to these parts to get news of us. The junks had sailed to Bachian to load cloves, with 7 Portuguese on board. These men, who did not respect the wives of the inhabitants, nor even those of the king, notwithstanding the warning they had received from the king himself, were all killed. The men of the caravel, on hearing of this, returned in haste to Malacca, abandoning the junks with 400 bahars of cloves, and as much merchandise as would have purchased another 100 bahars. He also related that every year many junks go from Malacca to Bandan to buy mace and nutmeg, and go thence to Malucco to purchase cloves. They make the voyage from Bandan to Malucco in 3 days, and employ 15 in the voyage from Bandan to Malacca. He said lastly that since 10 years back the King of Portugal had derived great profit from these islands, and he took especial care to keep these countries concealed from and unknown to the Spaniards. He related many other similar things, passing several hours in conversation with us, and we said and did so much, offering him a large salary, that we made him determine on coming with us to Spain. Friday, the 15th of November, the king told us that he thought of going himself to Bachian to get the clothes which the Portuguese had left there, and ask us for presents to give to the 2 governors of Mutir in the name of the King of Spain. Meanwhile, having come close to our ships, he wished to see how we shot with the crossbow, with guns, and with a swivel gun, which is a weapon larger than an arquebus. He himself fired 3 times with a crossbow, but he did not care to fire with a gun. Opposite Tidor, there is another very large island called Giailolo, and it is so large that a prahu can with difficulty go round it in 4 months. It is inhabited by Moors and Gentiles. The Moors have 2 kings, one of whom, according to what the king of Tidor related to us, has had 600 children, and the other has had 525. The Gentiles have not got so many women as the Moors, and are less superstitious. The first thing they meet in the morning when they go out of their houses is the object which they worship throughout that day. The king of these Gentiles is named Raja Papua. He is very rich in gold and inhabits the interior of the island. There grow here among the rocks bamboos as thick as a man's leg, full of water, which is very good to drink. We purchased many of them. On Sunday, the Moorish king of Giailolo came to the ships with many prahus, and we made him a present of a green damask robe, 2 ells of red cloth, some looking-glasses, scissors, knives, combs, and 2 gilt goblets, which things pleased him very much. And he said to us that, as we were friends of the king of Tidor, we were also his friends, since he loved that king like one of his own sons. He invited us to come to his country, promising to do us great honor. This king is powerful and held in sufficient respect throughout all these islands. He's very old, and his name is Raja Jusu. Sunday morning, this same king came on board the ships and wished to see how we fought and how we discharged the bombards, at which he was greatly pleased, for in his youth he had been a great warrior. The same day I went on shore to see how the cloves grow, and this is what I observed. The tree from which they are gathered is high, and its trunk is as thick as a man's body, more or less, according to the age of the plant. Its branches spread out somewhat in the middle of the tree, but near the top they form a pyramid. The bark is of an olive color, and the leaves very like those of the laurel. The cloves grow at the end of little branches in bunches of 10 or 20. These trees always bear more fruit on one side than on the other, according to the seasons. The cloves are white when they first sprout, they get red as they ripen, and blacken when dry. They are gathered twice in the year, once about Christmas, and the other time about St. John's Day, when the air in these countries is milder, and it is still more so in December. When the year is rather hot, and there is little rain, they gather in each of these islands from 300 to 400 bahars of cloves. The clove tree does not live except in the mountains, and if it is transferred to the plain, it dies there. The Dutch observed later that this does not happen. The leaf, the bark, and the wood, as long as they are green, have the strength and fragrance of the fruit itself. If these are not gathered when just ripe, they get so large and hard that nothing of them remains good except the rind. It is said that the mist renders them perfect, and indeed, we saw almost every day a mist descend and surround one or the other of the above-mentioned mountains. Among these people, everyone possesses some of these trees, and each man watches over his own trees and gathers their fruit, but does not do any work round them to cultivate them. This tree does not grow except in the 5 mountains of the 5 Malucco Islands. There are, however, a few trees in Giailolo and in a small island between Tidor and Mutir named Mer, but they are not good. There are in this island of Giailolo some trees of nutmegs. These are like our walnuts, and the leaves also are similar. The nutmeg, when gathered, is like the quince in form and color, and the down which covers it, but it is smaller. The outside rind is as thick as the green rind of our walnuts, beneath which is a thin web, or rather cartilage, under which is the mace, of a very bright red, which covers and surrounds the rind of the nuts, inside which is the nutmeg, properly so called. There also grows in Tidor the ginger, which we need to eat green, instead of bread. Ginger is not a tree, but a shrub, which sends out of the earth shoots a span long, like the shoots of canes, which they also resemble in the shape of the leaves, only those of the ginger are narrower. The shoots are good for nothing. That which makes ginger is the root. When green, it is not so strong as when it is dry, and to dry it they use lime, or else it would not keep. The houses of these people are built like those already described, but are not so high above the ground. They are surrounded with canes after the fashion of a hedge. The women here are ugly and go naked like the others, having only their middles covered with cloth made of bark. The men also are naked, and notwithstanding that their women are ugly, they are exceedingly jealous, and amongst other things which displeased them was that we came ashore without cloaks, because they imagined that might cause temptation to their wives. Both men and women always go barefoot. Since I have spoken of cloth, I will relate how they make it. They take a piece of bark and leave it in water until it has grown soft. They then beat it with wooden clubs to extend it in length and breadth, as much as they please. Thus it becomes like a veil of raw silk with filaments enlaced within it, so that it appears as if it was woven. Their bread is made with the wood of a tree like a palm tree, and they make it in this way. They take a piece of this wood and extract from it certain long black thorns, which are situated there. Then they pound it and make a bread of it, which they call sagu. They make provisions of this bread for their sea voyages. Every day there came from Ternate many boats laden with cloves, but we, because we were waiting for the king, would not traffic for those goods, but only for victuals, and the men of Ternate complained much of this. On Sunday night, the 24th of November, the king arrived, and on entering the port had his drums sounded and passed between our ships. We fired many bombards to do him honor. He told us that for 4 days we should be continually supplied with cloves. In effect, on Monday he sent 791 cattle without taking tare. To take tare means to take spice for less than what it weighs, and the reason of this is because when they are fresh, every day they diminish in weight. As these were the first cloves which we took on board, and the principal object of our voyage, we fired our bombards for joy. Cloves are called gomod in this place. In Sarangani, where we took the 2 pilots, they are called bonglavan, and in Malacca, chianche, or chinque, Chinese for odorous nails. Tuesday, the 26th November, the king came to tell us that for us he had done what a king never does here. That was to leave his own island, but he had gone to show the affection he had for the King of Castile, and because when we had got our cargo, we could sooner return to Spain, and afterwards return with greater forces to avenge the death of his father, who had been killed in an island called Buru, and his body had been thrown into the sea. He afterwards added that it was the custom in Tidor, when the first cloves were embarked on a vessel or in junks, that the king gave a feast to their crews and merchants, and they made prayers to God to bring them in safety to their port. He wished to do the same for us, and at the same time the feast would serve for the king of Bacchian, who was coming with a brother of his to pay him a visit, and on that account he had the streets cleaned. Hearing this, some of us began to suspect some treachery, all the more because we learned that, not long before, 3 Portuguese of the companions of Francisco Serrano had been assassinated at the place where we got water by some of the islanders concealed in the thickets. Also, we often saw them whispering with the Indians whom we had made prisoners. Therefore, although some of us were inclined to accept the invitation, we concluded not to betake ourselves thither. Recollecting the unfortunate feast given to our men in the island of Cebu, and we decided on a speedy departure. Chapter 9. Meantime, a message was sent to the king to thank him, and to ask him to come soon to the ships, where we would deliver to him the 4 men we had promised him, with the goods which we had destined for him. The king came soon, and on entering the ship, as though he had observed that we had doubts, said that he entered with as much confidence and security as into his own house. He made us feel how much he was displeased by our unexpected haste to depart, since ships used to employ 30 days in taking in their cargo, and that if he had made a journey out of the island, he certainly had not done it to injure us, but to assist us, so that we might more speedily obtain the clothes which we required, and a part of which we were still expecting. He added that it was not then a fit season for navigating in those seas, on account of the many shoals near Bandon, and besides, it would be a likely thing that we should fall in with some Portuguese ships. When, in spite of what he had said, he saw we were still determined on going away, he said that we must take back all that we had given him, since the kings, his neighbors, would consider him as a man without reputation for receiving so many presents in the name of so great a king as the King of Spain, and he had given nothing in return, and perhaps they would suspect that the Spaniards had gone away in such haste for fear of some treachery, so that they would fix upon him the name of traitor. Then, in order that no suspicion might remain in our minds of his honesty and good faith, he ordered his Koran to be brought, and kissing it devoutly, he placed it 4 or 5 times on his head, whilst whispering certain words to himself, with a rite which they call Zambayan, or Subhan, which means giving praise. And he said in the presence of us all, that he swore by Allah and by the Koran, which he held in his hand, that he would be ever faithful and a friend to the King of Spain. He said all this almost weeping, and with so great an appearance of sincerity and cordiality that we promised to prolong our sojourn at Tidor for another fortnight. We then gave him the royal signature and standard. We learned later, by a sure and certain channel, that some of the chiefs of those islands had indeed counseled him to kill all of us, by which thing he would have acquired for himself great merit with the Portuguese, who would have given him good assistance to avenge himself on the King of Magellan. But he, loyal and constant to the King of Spain, with whom he had sworn a peace, had answered that he would never do such an act on any account whatever. Wednesday, the 27th November, the king issued a proclamation that whoever had cloves might freely sell them to us, for which reason all that and the following day we bought cloves like mad. Friday in the afternoon, the governor of Magellan came with many prahus, but he would not come on shore because his father and his brother, who had been banished from Magellan, had taken refuge here. The following day, the king of Tidor, with his nephew, the governor, named Hamai, a man of 25 years of age, came on board the ships, and the king, on hearing that we had no more cloth, sent to fetch from his house 6 ells of red cloth, and gave them to us in order that we might, by adding other objects, make a fitting present to the governor. We made him the present, and he thanked us much, and said that soon he would send us plenty of cloves. At his departure from the ship, we fired several bombards. Sunday, the 1st day of December, the above-mentioned governor departed from Tidor, and we were told that the king had made him a present of some silk cloths and drums for him to send us the cloves sooner. On Monday, the king himself went again out of the island for the same object. Wednesday morning, as it was the day of St. Barbara, and on account of the king's arrival, all the artillery was discharged. The king came to the beach to see how we fired rockets and fireballs, and took great pleasure in them. Thursday and Friday we purchased a good many cloves, both in the city and at the ships, at a much lower price, as the time of our departure grew nearer. For 4 ells of riband, or ribbon, they gave a bahar of cloves. For 2 little chains of brass, which were worth a marcello, they gave us 100 pounds. And at last, each man being desirous of having his portion of the cargo, and as there were no more goods to give in exchange for cloves, one gave his cloak, another his coat, and another a shirt or other clothes to obtain them. On Saturday, 3 sons of the king of Ternate, with their wives, who were the daughters of our king of Tador, and afterwards Pedro Alfonso, the Portuguese, came to the ships. We gave a gilt glass goblet to each of the brothers, and to the 3 wives scissors and other things. And when they went away, we fired several bombards in their honor. We afterwards sent on shore a present of several things to the widow of the king of Ternate, daughter of the king of Tador, who had not ventured to come on board the ships. Sunday, the 8th December, we fired many bombards, rockets, and fireballs to celebrate the conception of Our Lady. Monday, in the afternoon, the king came to the ships with 3 women who carried his beetle. It is to be observed that no one can take women about with him except the king. Afterwards, the king of Giailolo came to see again our gun exercise. Some days later, as the day of our departure grew near, the king showed us a sincere affection, and among other obliging things, said to us that it seemed to him that he was a suckling child whom its mother was about to leave, and that he remained disconsolate, all the more now that he had become acquainted with us and liked several things of Spain, for which reason he entreated us not to delay our return thence to Tador. Meantime, he begged us to leave him some of our swivel guns for his own defense. He warned us at the same time not to navigate except by daylight, on account of the shoals and reefs which exist in these seas. But we answered him that because of our need to arrive in Spain as soon as possible, we were obliged to navigate night and day. He then added that, being unable to do anything else, he would pray God every day to bring us home in safety. During this time, Pedro Alfonso de la Rosa had come to the ships with his wife and property to return with us. 2 days after, Quichili de Roy, son of the king of Ternate, came with a prahu, well filled with men, and approaching the ships, requested La Rosa to come into his prahu. But La Rosa, who suspected him, refused to do so, and told him he had determined on going away with those ships to Spain. For the same suspicion, he advised us not to receive him in the ships, and we did not choose that he should come on board when he asked to do so. It was known later that Quichili was a great friend of the Portuguese captain of Malacca, and had the intention of seizing La Rosa and of conducting him thither, and on that account he severely reprimanded those persons with whom this Portuguese lived for having let him depart without his permission. The king had informed us that the king of Bacchian would soon arrive, with a brother of his who was going to marry one of his daughters, and had asked us to do him honor by firing bombards on his arrival. He arrived on Sunday, the 15th of December, in the afternoon, and we did him honor as the king had desired. We did not, however, discharge the heavier cannon, as we were heavily laden. The king and his brother came in a prahu, with 3 banks of rowers on each side, 120 in number. The prahu was adorned with many streamers made of white, yellow, and red parrots' feathers. They were sounding many cymbals, and that sound served to give the measure to the rowers to keep time. In 2 other prahus were the damsels who were to be presented to the bride. They returned us the salute by going round the ships and round the port. As it is the custom that no king disembarks on the land of another king, the king of Tador came to visit him of Bacchian in his own prahu. This one, seeing the other coming, rose from the carpet on which he was sitting, and placed himself on one side to make way for the king of the country. But he, out of ceremony, would not sit on the carpet, but sat on the other side of it, leaving the carpet between them. Then the king of Bacchian gave to him of Tador 500 patol, as if in payment of the daughter he was giving as a wife to his brother. Patols are cloths of gold and silk worked in China, and they are very much prized in these islands. Each of these cloths is paid for with 3 bahars of cloves, more or less, according as they are more or less rich in gold and embroidery. Whenever one of the chief men die, his relations put on these cloths to do him honor. Monday, the king of Tador sent a dinner to the king of Bacchian, carried by 50 women, clothed with silk from their waist to their knees. They went 2 and 2 with a man between in the midst of them. Each one carried a large dish, upon which were small dishes with various viands. 10 of the oldest of these women were the mace-bearers. They proceeded in this way to the prahu, and presented everything to the king, who was sitting on a carpet under a red and yellow canopy. As they were returning, they caught some of our men who had come out of curiosity, and who were obliged to make them presents of some trifle to get free. After that, the king also sent to us a present of goats, coconuts, wine, and other things. This day we bent on the ships new sails, upon which was the cross of St. James of Galicia, with letters which said, "This is the figure of our good fortune." Tuesday we presented to the king some pieces of artillery, that is, some arquebuses, which we had taken as prizes in the Indies, and some of our swivel guns with 4 barrels of powder. We took on board each ship 80 barrels of water. Wood we were to find at the island of Mare, where the king had already 5 days ago sent 100 men to prepare it, and near which we were to pass. This day the king of Bacchian, with the consent of the king of Tador, came on shore, preceded by 4 men holding up daggers in their hands to make alliance with us. He said, in the presence of the king of Tador and of all his suite, that he would always be ready for the service of the king of Spain, and that he would keep in his name the cloves left in his island by the Portuguese until another Spanish squadron arrived there, and he would not give them up without his consent. He sent through us to the king of Spain a present of a slave and 2 bahars of cloves. He would have wished to have sent 10 bahars, but our ships were so heavily laden that we could not receive any more. He also gave us for the king of Spain 2 most beautiful dead birds. These birds are as large as thrushes. They have small heads, long beaks, legs slender like a writing pen, and a span in length. They have no wings, but instead of them, long feathers of different colors, like plumes. Their tail is like that of the thrush. All the feathers, except those of the wings, are of a dark color. They never fly except when the wind blows. They told us that these birds come from the terrestrial paradise, and they call them bolon di nata, that is, divine birds. The king of Bacchian was a man of about 70 years of age. Not only did the king of Bacchian recognize the king of Spain as his sovereign, but every king of Molucco wrote to him that he desired always to be his faithful subject. One day the king of Tador sent to tell our men who dwelt in the magazine for the merchandise, that they should take care not to go out of the house by night, since there were certain men, natives of the country, who, by anointing themselves, walk by night in the shape of men without heads. And if they meet anyone to whom they wish ill, they touch his hand and anoint his palm, and that ointment causes him soon to grow ill and die at the end of 3 or 4 days. But if they meet 3 or 4 persons together, they do not touch them, but make them giddy. He added that he had a watch kept to discover them, and he had already had several executed. When they build a new house, before going to inhabit it, they make a fire round it, and give many feasts there. Then they fasten to the roof of the house a pattern or sample of everything that is to be found in the island, persuaded that, by that means, none of those things will ever be wanting to whoever inhabits the house. Wednesday morning, everything was prepared for our departure from Malucco. The kings of Tidor, of Giailolo, and of Bacchian, and a son of the king of Ternate, had come to accompany us as far as the island of Mare. The ship Victoria made sail and stood out a little, waiting for the ship Trinity, but she had much difficulty in getting up the anchor, and meanwhile the sailors perceived that she was leaking very much in the hold. Then the Victoria returned to anchor in her former position. They began to discharge the cargo of the Trinity to see if the leak could be stopped, for it was perceived that the water came in with force, as though through a pipe. We were never able to find out at what part it came in. All that day and the next we did nothing else but work at the pumps, but without any advantage. Hearing this, the king of Tidor came at once to the ships, and occupied himself with us in searching for the leak. For this purpose he sent into the sea 5 of his men, who were accustomed to remain a long time under the water, and although they remained more than half an hour, they could not find the fissure. As the water inside the ship continually increased, the king, who was as much affected by it as we were, and lamenting this misfortune, sent to the end of the island for 3 other men, more skillful than the first at remaining under water. He came with them early the next morning. These men dived under the water with their hair loose, thinking that their hair, attracted by the water which penetrated into the ship, would indicate to them the leak. But although they remained more than an hour in the water, they did not find it. The king, seeing that there was no remedy for it, said with lamentation, "Who will go to Spain to take news of me to the king our lord?" We answered him that the Victoria would go there, and would sail at once to take advantage of the east winds which had already commenced. The Trinity, meanwhile, would be refitted and would wait for the west winds and go to Darien, which is on the other side of the sea, in the country of Yucatan, or Yucatan. The king approved our thoughts, and said that he had in his service 225 carpenters, who would do all the work under the direction of our men, and that those who should remain there would be treated as his own children, and he said this with so much emotion that he moved us all to tears. We, who were on board the Victoria, fearing that she might open on account of the heavy cargo and the long voyage, lightened her by discharging 60 hundredweight of cloves, which we had carried to the house where the crew of the Trinity were lodged. Some of our own crew preferred to remain at Malucco rather than go with us to Spain, because they feared that the ship could not endure so long a voyage, and because, mindful of how much they had suffered, they feared to die of hunger in mid-ocean. Saturday, the 21st December, day of St. Thomas the Apostle, the king of Tidor came to the ships and brought us the 2 pilots, whom we had already paid, to conduct us out of these islands. They said that the weather was then good for sailing at once, but having to wait for the letters of our companions who remained behind and who wished to write to Spain, we could not sail till midday. Then the ships took leave of one another by a mutual discharge of bombards. Our men accompanied us for some distance with their boat, and then with tears and embraces we separated. Juan Carvalho remained at Tidor with 53 of our men. We were 47 Europeans and 13 Indians. The king's governor, or minister, came with us as far as the island of Mare. We had hardly arrived there when 4 prahus laden with wood came up, which in less than an hour we got on board. We then took the southwest course. In all the above-mentioned islands of Molucco are to be found cloves, ginger, sagu, which is their bread made of wood, rice, coconuts, plantains, almonds larger than ours, sweet and bitter pomegranates, sugar canes, oil of cocoa and of sesame, melons, cucumbers, pumpkins, komolikai, a kind of ananas or pineapple, which is a refreshing fruit the size of a watermelon, another fruit like a peach called guave, and other eatable vegetables. They also have goats and fowls, honey produced by bees not larger than ants, which make their hives in trunks of trees. There are also parrots of many kinds, and amongst them there are white ones called katara, and red ones called nuri, which are the most sought after, not so much for the beauty of their plumage, as because they talk more clearly. One of these is sold for a bahar of cloves. It is hardly 50 years since the Moors conquered Molucco and dwelt there. Before that, these islands were inhabited only by Gentiles who did not care for the cloves. There are still some families of them who have taken refuge in the mountains where the cloves grow. The island of Tidor is in 0 degrees 27 minutes north latitude, and 161 degrees west of the line of demarcation. It is 9 degrees 30 minutes distant from the first island of this archipelago, named Zamal, to the southeast and a quarter south. The island of Ternate is in 0 degrees 40 minutes of north latitude. Mutir is exactly under the equinoctial line. Makian is in 0 degrees 15 minutes south latitude, and Bakian in 1 degree of the same latitude. Ternate, Tidor, Mutir, and Makian are like 4 high and pointed mountains, upon which the clove trees grow. The volcanoes of Ternate and Makian, which caused such havoc in the last century by their explosions, did not then emit flames or smoke, since Pigafetta would not have omitted to mention them. Bakian is not visible from these 4 islands, but it is a larger island than any of those. Its clove mountain is not so high, nor so pointed as those of the other islands, but it has a larger base. Chapter 10. Return from the Moluccas to Spain. Pursuing our voyage, after having taken in wood at the islet of Mare, we passed between the following islands: Caioain, Lagoma, Sico, Giogi, Cafi, Laboan, Tolomen, Titamete, Bakian, Latalata, Jabobi, Mata, and Batutiga. They told us that in the island of Cafi, the people were small and dwarfed like the pygmies. They had been subjected by force by the king of Tidor. We passed outside of Batutiga to the west, and we steered between west and southwest, and we discovered some islets to the south, on which account the pilots of Molucco said it would be better to cast anchor so as not to drift at night among many islets and shoals, We therefore altered our course to southeast and went to an island situated in 2 degrees south latitude and 53 leagues from Malucco. This island is named Sulac. Its inhabitants are Gentiles and have not got a king. They eat human flesh. Both men and women go naked, except a piece of the bark of a tree of 2 fingers' breadth before their natural parts. There are many other islands around here, inhabited by anthropophagi. These are the names of some of them: Silan, Noselao, Biga, Atulabaan, Letimor, Tenitum, Gonda, Kailaruru, Mandan, and Benaia. Comparing this with what the author writes a little further on, there is another proof that he took down the names of the islands and laid down their positions as he thought he understood the pilots who spoke a language which he little understood. Here he notes 10 islands, and he has drawn 6 without names to the north of Sulac, where other geographers also lay down a few islets. But of these 10, Tenitum, Kalairuru, Mandan, and Benaia are again named and drawn further on, and Letimor is a peninsula attached to Amboina. We left to the east the islands named Lamatola and Tenitum. Having run 10 leagues from Sulac in the same direction, we went to a rather large island named Baru, in which we found plenty of victuals, such as pigs, goats, fowls, sugar canes, coconuts, sagu, a certain food of theirs made of bananas called canali, and chiacare, which here they call nanga. This is the jackfruit called nangka throughout the Malay Seas. The chiacare are fruit like watermelons, but knotty on the outside. Inside they have some small red fruit like plums. They have not got a stone in the middle, but instead of that have a certain pith like a white bean, but larger. They are tender to eat like chestnuts. We found here another fruit which is externally like a pine cone, and it is yellow but white inside. On cutting, it is something like a pear, but much softer and better tasted. Here it is called Komilikai. The inhabitants of this island are Gentiles and have no king. They go naked like those of Sulac. The island of Buru is in 3 degrees 30 minutes south latitude and 75 leagues from Malucco. To the east of this island, at a distance of 10 leagues, there is another one, larger, and which borders on Giailolo, and it is named Ambon. It is inhabited by Moors and Gentiles, but the former are on the seashore and the others in the interior. These are also anthropophagi. The products of this island are the same as those of Buru. Between Buru and Ambon, there are 3 islands surrounded by reefs named Vudia, Kailaruru, and Benaia. To the south of Buru, at a distance of 4 leagues, is another small island named Ambalao. At 35 leagues from Buru, south and a quarter southwest, is Bandan, with 13 other islands. In 6 of them grow mace and nutmeg. Zoroboa is the largest of them. Chelicel, Saniananpi, Pulei, Puluru, and Rosgoin. The other 6 are Unuveru, Pulanbarakan, Lailaka, Mamika, Man, and Mute. In these islands, nutmegs are not found, but only sagu, rice, coconuts, bananas, and other fruits, and they are near one another. The inhabitants of these are Moors and have no king. Bandan is in 6 degrees of south latitude and 163 degrees 30 minutes longitude from the line of demarcation. As this island was a little out of our course, we did not go to it. Leaving the island of Baru in the direction southwest and a quarter west, about 8 degrees of latitude, we arrived at 3 other islands near each other named Zolat, Nosimamor, and Galian. Whilst we sailed amidst these islands, a great storm fell upon us, for which we made a vow of a pilgrimage to Our Lady de la Guida. We put the ship before the storm and made for a rather high island, which afterwards we learned was named Malua. But before we could reach it, we had to struggle much with the squalls of wind which descended from the mountains and with the currents. The inhabitants of this island are savages, and more beasts than men. They eat human flesh. They go naked except the usual piece of bark to cover their natural parts. But when they go to fight, they wear on the back, the breast, and the flanks pieces of buffalo hide ornamented with shells, and boar's tusks, and tails of goat skins hanging before and behind. They wear the hair raised high up by means of cane combs with long teeth, which go through it. They wrap up their beards with leaves and enclose them in cases or tubes of reed, a thing which seemed to us very ridiculous. In one word, these were the ugliest men we had seen in these Indies. Both their bows and arrows are made of reeds, and they carry their food in bags made of leaves. When their women saw us, they came towards us with their bows drawn, but when we had given them some presents, we soon became friends. We passed 15 days in this island in caulking the ship, whose sides had suffered. We found here goats, fowls, wax, coconuts, and pepper. For a pound of old iron, they gave 15 pounds of wax or of pepper. There are 2 kinds of pepper here, the long and the round. The long pepper is like the flower of the hazel tree in winter. Its plant is like ivy, and it clings to trees. Its leaves are like those of the mulberry tree. It is called luli. The round pepper grows like the other, but its fruit is in ears like Indian corn, and the grains are pulled off in the same manner. It is called lada. The fields here are full of pepper plants. Here we took a man to conduct us to some island where we could find plenty of victuals. The island of Malua is in 8 degrees 30 minutes south latitude and 169 degrees 40 minutes longitude from the line of demarcation. The old pilot from Malucco related to us, whilst sailing, that in this neighborhood there was an island named Archite, the inhabitants of which, men and women, are not more than 1 cubit high, and they have ears as large and as long as themselves, so that when they lie down, one serves them for a mattress, and with the other they cover themselves. They are shorn and naked, their voices are shrill, and they run very swiftly. They dwell underground, live on fish and a certain substance which grows between the bark and the wood of a tree, which is white and round like coriander comfits, and which is named ambulan. We would have gone there willingly, but the shoals and currents did not allow of it. Saturday, the 25th of January, 1522, at 22 o'clock, we left the island of Malua, and the following day, having run 5 leagues to the south-southeast, we arrived at a large island called Timor. I went ashore alone to speak to the head man of a village named Amaban about his providing us with victuals. He offered me buffaloes, pigs, and goats, but when it was a question of the goods which he wanted in exchange, we could not come to an agreement, because he asked a great deal and we had got very little to give. Then, as we were constrained by hunger, we took the measure of detaining on board the ship the chief of another village named Balibo, who had come there in good faith with a son of his, and we imposed upon him as a ransom for recovering his liberty to give 6 buffaloes, 10 pigs, and 10 goats. He, being much afraid that we should kill him, quickly gave orders to have all this brought to us, and as there were only 5 goats and 2 pigs, they gave us instead an additional buffalo. We then sent him ashore with his son, and he was well pleased when we not only left him free, but also gave him some linen, some Indian cloths of silk and cotton, some hatchets, some Indian knives, scissors, looking-glasses, and some of our knives. The chief man, whom I went to speak to first, has only women in his service. All were naked like those of the neighboring islands, and wear in their ears small gold rings with tufts of silk hanging from them. On their arms they wear many rings of gold and copper, which often cover them up to the elbow. The men are naked like the women, and wear attached to their necks round plates of gold, and on their heads reed combs ornamented with gold rings. Some of them, instead of gold rings, wore in their ears dried necks of gourds. In this island there are buffaloes, pigs, and goats, as has been said. There are also fowls and parrots of various colors. There's also rice, bananas, ginger, sugar canes, oranges, lemons, beans, and almonds. We had approached that part of the island where there were some villages with their chiefs or head men. On the other side of the island are the dwellings of 4 kings, and their districts are named Oibich, Lixana, Suai, and Cabanaza. Oibich is the largest place. We were told that in a mountain near Cabanaza very much gold is found, and its inhabitants buy whatever they want with small pieces of gold. All the trade in sandalwood and wax carried on by the people of Malacca and Java is done here, and indeed we found here a junk which had come from Lausanne to trade in sandalwood, for white sandalwood only grows in this country. These people are Gentiles. We were told that when they go to cut sandalwood, the devil appears to them in various forms and tells them that if they want anything, they should ask him for it. But this apparition frightens them so much that they are ill of it for some days. It should be noted that Bomare says that those who cut sandalwood fall ill from the miasma exhaled by the wood. The sandalwood is cut at a certain phase of the moon, and it is asserted that if cut at another time, it would not be good. The merchandise most fitting for bartering here for sandalwood is red cloth, linen, hatchets, iron, and nails. This island is entirely inhabited. It extends a long way from east to west, and little from north to south. Its south latitude is in 10 degrees, and the longitude 174 degrees 30 minutes from the line of demarcation. In all these islands that we visited in this archipelago, the evil of Saint Job prevailed, and more here than in any other place, where they called it forfranqui, that is to say, Portuguese illness, or leprosy. We were told that at a day's voyage, west-northwest from Timor, there was an island in which much cinnamon grows, called Inde, or Flores. Its inhabitants are Gentiles and have no king. Near this are many others, forming a series of islands as far as Java Major and the Cape of Malacca. The names of these islands are Inde, Tanabutan, Crenochile, Bimacore, Azanaran, Maine, Zubava, Lombok, Chorum, and Java Major, which by the inhabitants is not called Java, but Jaoa. In this island of Java are the largest towns. The principal of them is Majapahar or Majapahit, the king of which, when he lived, was the greatest of all the kings of the neighboring islands, and he was named Raja Patauna Sunda. Much pepper grows there. The other towns are Dahadama, Gajiamada, Minutarangam, Siparafidane, Tuban, Cressy, or Gresik, and Sirubaya. At half a league from Java Major are the islands of Bali, called Java Minor, and Madura. These are of equal size. They told us that in Java Major it was the custom when one of the chief men died to burn his body, and then his principal wife, adorned with garlands of flowers, has herself carried in a chair by 4 men throughout the town, with a tranquil and smiling countenance, whilst comforting her relations, who are afflicted because she is going to burn herself with the corpse of her husband, and encouraging them not to lament, saying to them, "I am going this evening to sup with my dear husband, and to sleep with him this night." Afterwards, when close to the place of the pyre, she again turns towards the relations, and after again consoling them, casts herself into the fire and is burned. If she did not do this, she would not be looked upon as an honorable woman, nor as a faithful wife. Our old pilot related to us other extravagant things. He told us that the young men of Java, and that in an island called Okoloro, below Java Major, there are only women who become pregnant with the wind, and when they bring it forth, if the child is a male, they kill it, and if a female, they bring it up, and if any man visits their island, whenever they are able to kill him, they do so. They also related to us that beyond Java Major, towards the north, in the Gulf of China, which the ancients named Sinus Magnus, there is an enormous tree named Kampangangi, in which dwell certain birds named Garuda, so large that they take with their claws and carry away, flying, a buffalo, and even an elephant, to the place of the tree, which place is named Pusather. The fruit of this tree is called Buapangangi, and is larger than a watermelon. Kampangangi, or Kampong Agin, means the place of wind, and a Garuda, in Sanskrit and Malay, is a griffin. The Moors of Burney, whom we had with us in the ships, told us they had seen 2 of these birds, which had been sent to their king from the kingdom of Siam. No junk or other vessel can approach this tree within 3 or 4 leagues, on account of the great whirlpools which the water makes there. They related to us, moreover, how, in a wonderful manner, what is related of this tree became known. For a junk, having been carried there by the whirlpools, was broken up, and all the seamen perished, except a child, who attached himself to a plank, and was miraculously born near the tree upon which he mounted. There he placed himself under the wing of one of these birds, which was asleep, without its perceiving him. The next day, the bird, having taken flight, carried him with it, and having seen a buffalo on the land, descended to take it. The child took advantage of the opportunity to come out from under its wing, and remained on the ground. In this manner, the story of these birds and of the tree became known, and it was understood that those fruits which are frequently found in the sea came from that place. We were told that there were in that kingdom, on the banks of the rivers, certain birds which feed on carrion, but which will not touch it unless another bird has first eaten its heart. The Cape of Malacca is in 1 degree 30 minutes of south latitude. To the east of that cape are many cities and towns, of a few of which I will note the names. Singapola, which is at the cape, Pahan Kalatan, Patani, Pradlini, Brennan, Lagon, Cherigig-Haran, Trombon, Joran, Siu, Brabi, Banga, Iudia, Jandibum, Laun, Lengon-Pifa. All these cities are constructed like ours, and are subject to the king of Siam, who is named Siri Zakabadera, and who inhabits Ayodhya. Beyond Siam is situated Kamogia. Its king is named Seret Zakabadera. Next, Chiempa, the king of which is named Raja Brahami Martu. There grows the rhubarb, and it is found in this manner. Men go together in companies of 20 or 25 to the woods, and at night ascend the trees, both to get out of the way of the lions, the elephants, and other wild beasts, and also to be able better to smell the odor of the rhubarb borne to them by the wind. In the morning they go to that quarter whence they have perceived that the odor comes, and seek for the rhubarb till they find it. This is the rotten wood of a large tree, which acquires its odor by putrefaction. The best part of the tree is the root, but the trunk is also good, which is called kalama. It should be noted, Pigafetta has confounded rhubarb with the decayed wood of a tree found in Siam, which, when burnt, gives a very sweet perfume, and which sells at a high price. The kingdom of Kochi lies next. Its sovereign is named Raja Seri Bhumipala. After that follows Great China, the king of which is the greatest sovereign of the world, and is called Santoa Raja. He has 70 crowned kings under his dependence, and some of these kings have 10 or 15 lesser kings dependent on them. The port of this kingdom is named Guantan, and among the many cities of this empire, 2 are the most important, namely Nankin and Komlaha, where the king usually resides. He has 4 of his principal ministers close to his palace, at the 4 sides looking to the 4 cardinal winds, that is, 1 to the west, 1 to the east, to the south, and to the north. Each of these gives audience to those that come from his quarter. All the kings and lords of India Major and Superior obey this king, and in token of their vassalage, each is obliged to have in the middle of the principal place of his city the marble figure of a certain animal named Chinga, an animal more valiant than the lion. The figure of this animal is also engraved on the king's seal, and all who wish to enter his port must carry the same emblem in wax or ivory. If any lord is disobedient to him, he is flayed, and his skin, dried in the sun, salted, and stuffed, is placed in an eminent part of the public place, with the head inclined and the hands on the head, in the attitude of doing zangu, that is, obeisance to the king. He is never visible to anybody, and if he wishes to see his people, he is carried about the palace on a peacock most skillfully manufactured and very richly adorned, with 6 ladies dressed exactly like himself, so that he cannot be distinguished from them. He afterwards passes into a richly adorned figure of a serpent called Naga, which has a large glass in the breast, through which he and the ladies are seen, but it is not possible to distinguish which is the king. He marries his sisters in order that his blood should not mix with that of others. His palace has 7 walls round it, and in each circle there are daily 10,000 men on guard, who are changed every 12 hours at the sound of a bell. Each wall has its gate, with a guard at each gate. At the first stands a man with a great scourge in his hand, named Satuhoren with Satubagan. Satuhoren means 1 man, At the second, a dog named Satuhain. At the third, a man with an iron mace, called Satuhoren with Pokumbesin. At the fourth, a man with a bow in his hand, called Satuhoren with Anatpanan. At the fifth, a man with a lance, called Satuhoren with Tubak. At the sixth, a lion, called Satuhorimau. At the seventh, 2 white elephants, called Gajiapute. The palace contains 79 halls, in which dwell only the ladies destined to serve the king. There are always torches burning there. It is not possible to go round the palace in less than a day. In the upper part of it are 4 halls, where the ministers go to speak to the king. One is ornamented with metal, both the pavement and the walls. Another is all of silver, another all of gold, and the other is set with pearls and precious stones. The gold and other valuable things which are brought as tribute to the king are placed in these rooms, and when they are there deposited, they say, "Let this be for the honor and glory of our Santoa Raja." All these things and many others relating to this king were narrated to us by a Moor who said that he had seen them. The Chinese are white and are clothed. They eat on tables like us. They have crosses, but it is not known why they have them. It is from China that musk comes. The animal which produces it is a kind of cat, like the civet cat. It eats nothing but a certain soft wood, slender as a finger, named chamaru. To extract the musk from this animal, they attach a leech to it, and leave it till it is full of blood, and when they see that it is well filled, they crush it, and collect the blood in a plate, and put it in the sun for 4 or 5 days, moistening it every day with urine. In this way it becomes perfect musk. Whoever keeps one of these cats pays a tribute to the king. The grains of musk which come to Europe as musk are only small pieces of kid's flesh soaked in real musk, and not the blood, since though it can be made into grains, it easily evaporates. The cat which produces musk is called castor, and the leech is called linta. Continuing along the coast of China, many nations are met with, and they are these: the Qianchi, who inhabit the islands in which they fish for pearls, and where the cinnamon grows. The Lechii inhabit the mainland. The entrance to their port is traversed by a large rock, for which reason all the junks and vessels which wish to enter must take down their masts. The king of this country is called Moni. He has on the mainland 20 kings under him, and he is subject to the king of China. His capital is Varanasi, and here is situated Oriental Cathay. Han is a high and cold island where there is copper, silver, pearls, and silk. Its king is named Rajazotra. There is also Miliaula, the king of which is named Raja Keteshchaniga, and Guio, the king of which is Raja Sudakali. These places are cold and on the mainland. Friagonba and Trianga are 2 islands which also produce copper, silver, pearls, and silk. Their king is Raja Ruzon. Basi is a lowland on the continent. There come afterwards Sumdit and Pradit, 2 islands very rich in gold, where the men wear a large ring of gold round the ankle. In the neighboring mountains dwell people who kill their parents when they are old, so that they may cease from travail. All the people of these countries are Gentiles. Tuesday night, between it and Wednesday, on the 11th of February, 1522, we left the island of Timor and entered upon the great sea named Laut Chidal, or the Southern Ocean, and taking a west-southwest course, we left to the right and to the north, from fear of the Portuguese, the island of Sumatra, anciently named Taprobana, also Pegu, Bengala, Orissa, Chemlin, where are the Malabars, subjects of the king of Narsinga, Calicut, which is under the same king, Kambaya, in which are the Guzaratis, Kannanur, Goa, Armas, and all the other coast of India Major. In this kingdom dwell 6 classes of persons, that is to say, Nairs, Panicals, Franas, Panjalines, Makuas, and Polias. The Nairs are the chiefs. The Panicals are the townspeople. These 2 classes live and converse together. The Franas collect the wine from the palm trees and the bananas. The Makuas are fishermen, and the Polias sow and harvest the rice. These last always dwell in the fields and never enter the city, and when it is desired to give them anything, it is placed on the ground and they take it. When they go along the roads, they always cry out, "Po, po, po," that is, take care of yourself, and we were told that a Nair, who had been accidentally touched by a Polia, not to survive such a disgrace, had himself killed. In order to double the Cape of Good Hope, we went as far as 42 degrees south latitude, and we remained off that cape for 9 weeks, with the sails struck on account of the western and northwestern gales which beat against our bows with fierce squalls. The Cape of Good Hope is in 34 degrees 30 minutes south latitude, 1,600 leagues distant from the Cape of Malacca, and it is the largest and most dangerous cape in the world. Some of our men, and among them the sick, would have liked to land at a place belonging to the Portuguese called Mozambique, both because the ship made much water, and because of the great cold which we suffered, and much more because we had nothing but rice and water for food and drink, all the meat of which we had made provision having putrefied, for the want of salt had not permitted us to salt it. But the greater number of us, prizing honor more than life itself, decided on attempting at any risk to return to Spain. At length, by the aid of God, on the 6th of May, we passed that terrible cape, but we were obliged to approach it within only 5 leagues distance, or else we should never have passed it. We then sailed toward the northwest for 2 whole months without ever taking rest, and in this short time we lost 21 men between Christians and Indians. We made then a curious observation on throwing them into the sea. That was that the Christians remained with the face turned to the sky, and the Indians with the face turned to the sea. If God had not granted us favorable weather, we should all have perished of hunger. Constrained by extreme necessity, we decided on touching at the Cape Verde Islands, and on Wednesday, the 9th of July, we touched at one of those islands named St. James's. Knowing that we were in an enemy's country and amongst suspicious persons, on sending the boat ashore to get provision of victuals, we charged the seamen to say to the Portuguese that we had sprung our foremast under the equinoctial line, although this misfortune had happened at the Cape of Good Hope, and that our ship was alone, because, whilst we tried to repair it, our Captain General had gone with the other 2 ships to Spain. With these good words, and giving some of our merchandise in exchange, we obtained 2 boatloads of rice. In order to see whether we had kept an exact account of the days, we charged those who went ashore to ask what day of the week it was, and they were told by the Portuguese inhabitants of the island that it was Thursday, which was a great cause of wondering to us, since with us it was only Wednesday. We could not persuade ourselves that we were mistaken, and I was more surprised than the others, since having always been in good health, I had every day, without intermission, written down the day that was current. But we were afterwards advised that there was no error on our part, since, as we had always sailed toward the west, following the course of the sun, and had returned to the same place, we must have gained 24 hours, as is clear to anyone who reflects upon it. The boat, having returned for rice a second time to the shore, was detained with 13 men who were in it. As we saw that, and from the movement in certain caravels, suspected they might wish to capture us and our ship, we at once set sail. We afterwards learned, some time after our return, that our boat and men had been arrested because one of our men had discovered the deception and said that the Captain General was dead and that our ship was only one remaining of Magellan's fleet. At last, when it pleased Heaven, on Sunday, the 6th of September of the year 1522, we entered the bay of San Lucar, and of 60 men who composed our crew when we left Malucco, we were reduced to only 18, and these, for the most part, sick. Of the others, some died of hunger, some had run away at the island of Timor, and some had been condemned to death for their crimes. From the day we left this bay of San Lucar until our return thither, we reckoned that we had run more than 14,460 leagues, and we had completed going round the earth from east to west. Monday, the 8th of September, we cast anchor near the mole of Seville, and discharged all the artillery. Tuesday, we all went in shirts and barefoot, with a taper in our hands, to visit the shrine of Saint Maria of Victory and of Saint Maria de Antigua. Then, leaving Seville, I went to Valladolid, where I presented to His Sacred Majesty Don Carlos neither gold nor silver, but things much more precious in the eyes of so great a sovereign. I presented to him, among other things, a book written by my hand of all the things that had occurred day by day in our voyage. I departed thence as I was best able, and went to Portugal, and related to King John the things which I had seen. Returning through Spain, I came to France, where I presented a few things from the other hemisphere to Madame the Regent, mother of the most Christian King, Don Francis. Afterwards, I turned towards Italy, where I established forever my abode, and devoted my leisure and vigils to the very illustrious and noble Lord Philippe de Villiers les Ledem, the very worthy Grand Master of Rhodes. The Chevalier Anthony Pigafetta. This has been The First Voyage Round the World, written by Anthony Pigafetta, patrician of Vicenza and Knight of Rhodes, to the very illustrious and very excellent Lord Philippe de Villiers les Ledem, the famous Grand Master of Rhodes, his most respected lord. Narrated by Ginger Walton.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.